here on Dire Consequence. We're here with the Moonrise campaign. Fun fact, that's the thing that happened, by the way. I cut the S off off the end of my name. For silly reasons. Anyway, a lot of stuff happened last week. And I would like someone to tell me what it was, because, man, there's a lot of stuff going on.
I'll give it my best shot. So to cut through the beginning portion, the party went to sleep separately and woke up separately as well, but with the added addition of a viewer, Skyla, a friend, traveler from the continent of Runan on a pilgrimage from her clan. Gwen and Nikolai found her, or not Gwen and Nikolai, Gwen and Mordahine found her and brought her back to the rest of the group, where there was chatter and remedy sharing between Nikolai and Skyla and the rest of the group, and eventually, I think it was a lot of talking up until Kenna and Lars stepped outside to inform the town of what we had just run from the night before, and Gwen, Nikolai, and Edelweiss, with Skyla left to their own devices, had a pretty poignant conversation about what it is that the artifact that we're carrying is, why we're here. We talked about trust. We talked about Edelweiss is actually a spy and I'm so vindicated. After that brief but lovely conversation, we brought Kenna and Lars back in with the help of Skyla and brought back under one roof. Everybody caught up to speed. We decided, what are we going to do? We're going to try to pull the orb out of the bag, which we've now found out is a deifact, meaning it's an object imbued with the power of a title bearer. We don't know which one. We don't know if it's alive or dead, but boy, is it shiny. And so Nikolai wants to touch it. So Kenna takes the bag. Kenna pulls it out of the bag. Notably, she pulls it out of the bag without turning the bag inside out. So we've finally been able to identify this item. In doing so, it speaks to her one word, that being tricks. And as she pulls it out and holds it, her hand begins to freeze and hurt in such a way that she's unaccustomed to, being somebody accustomed to very cold temperatures. So she informs Nikolai of both of these things, A, that it talked to her, and B, that it is starting to hurt her. He decides to touch it anyway. Rolls to identify, rolls a 2. He immediately takes 58 points of damage, double his maximum HP, and drops to the floor in a puddle of his own gray matter. And some D100s were rolled to see how we could resolve that. And then that was it for last session, mostly.
Gwen rolls in 100, and I did say it was dead.
Anything else? I would say Al did a pretty fine job of recapping everything.
The biggest
seemed pretty on point.
My only thing is that Kenna warned Nikolai he shouldn't touch it. Not that she was getting hurt, that it would hurt him. I took no damage. She was fine. She warned Nikolai that she could feel that it would hurt him.
Gotcha. Misremembered on my part.
Fair enough. Okay. Well, if there's nothing more to add, as per usual, Gwen, you can take your third inspiration point.
Yes.
I'll be honest with you, I do not remember who did the written recap, but you know who you are. Which
No one did.
Oh, cool story.
Nobody.
I declared I wouldn't do it, and no one did it. So.
Never mind. No points there.
I can still keep my 3 points from last week, so that's fine.
Okay. Well, then we start off in the midst of one of the druid rest stops inside the mountain range, wherein, after having settled in, made a new friend, and have come back in from the outside when some decisions were made, Nikolai has elected to investigate the orb further, to disastrous results. He lies on the ground, surrounded by the group of you, his attire soaked in his own blood, And it is very obvious to anyone that has spent a little bit of time either in combat or dealing with those that are sick, that it is not just blood that has found its way from the inside of his body to the outside, but likewise pieces of his literal, no longer living brain. His skin is pale and cold, and it seems as if death was instantaneous. Gwen,
Hello.
you rushed over immediately.
Mhm.
Whether through the desire to see no one die or from a misguided understanding of protecting the one that is paying you, you kneel over top of his body, sensing the dread that is already beginning to permeate through your body. And you send out a desperate, crying plea to help. And you hear your own words echo backwards through your mind. And the cold in the room doesn't lessen. And for a long moment, a moment that feels like hours and what are only a couple of seconds, nothing comes back. And then, against all logical reason, all of you in the cavern hear this long, distant wolf's howl. It pierces the stone, filling your ears, your mind, and your body with this overwhelming feeling of danger. Gwen, when this strikes you, you are automatically forced to take on your hybrid form. The bones break, the skin and flesh tear, the hair grows outward, and you are now the same hulking mass of lichen that you frequently adopt when fighting. The howl has raised your hackles, but in a way that has been familiar to you only once or twice. And a voice enters into your head.
If you wish to save him, bite him.
I do.
Okay. Nikolai, I need you to make a Constitution saving throw at disadvantage.
Aye. I'll get there eventually. Oh, well.
Hang on. I wasn't anticipating super high roll, so I actually didn't calculate the DC that Gwen is using, which is not Gwen's.
Oh.
Okay. When that feeling, your hackles raised, the danger that you feel shaking you to your very core focuses, and you feel that primal urge of the hunt beginning. Your blood begins to quicken. Your senses sharpen even more. You hear each and every individual breath and heartbeat in the cavern. The single shifts of boots altering where pebbles trip and fall. You sink your teeth into Nikolai's neck and shoulder. His freezing cold blood fills your mouth. It's delicious. And you think you would continue feasting if it wasn't for that same howl echoing again, piercing the stone of the mountain, filling the chamber, and forcing you to pull back. There was a very long moment, captivated by the silence of everyone in the room watching on, where the wound on Nikolai's shoulder slowly begins to knit itself back together. The color of his skin slowly changes. And in a moment of the most dread-filled silence you could have experienced in your lifetime, Nikolai takes a breath. Nikolai, you are still alive. When you open your eyes, you can see all the individuals around you, but in a way that is unique, in a way that you've never experienced before in your mortal life. Everything is completely clear. All the edges are sharp, and it seems as if nothing can hide from your vision. You feel cold, all the way down to the tips of your toes. But it is comfortable. And while this freezing calm has surrounded your thoughts, there is another impression. A hot presence that seems to seethe with an unbridled anger. And while you are not unfamiliar to this, it is more powerful and overwhelming than you've ever known. And it seems to slam up against this wall in your mind that is made of ice. Like there are two contrasting sides now battling for dominance over you. But alive you are. For better or for worse, we don't know yet. Any of you overlooking after Nikolai's had a chance to settle and he's clearly active, you would take note of the off-colored tinge of his skin, which is no longer the warm pink hue of what was his flesh before. Instead, he is now tinged a slight off blue white.
Greta Weiss is looking in horror at this.
Like
Is
a
he
corpse dug up from the snow. He is not. He is cold to the touch.
Any residual pain, or is it like all gone? Like
It's
any
all
person?
gone. You quickly take note of your attire, seeing the red staining everything, the small pieces of your literal thoughts across yourself. Understanding the damage that you've just sustained, and yet you are still here, alive and breathing.
Does anything about him, aside from the obvious, seem off to me or unnerving?
You know what? Make an insight check. Good old insight check.
During this time, Kenna was actually slowly, I tried to type it in Roll20, but forgot the command, slowly walking backwards towards where Pyre was sitting.
Okay.
Natural 20. plus
Stuff?
insight 6, so 26.
As previously mentioned, Gwen, a lot of your senses are hyper-focused right now. As I previously mentioned, you can hear each and individual breath, every step, every shift of weight in the room. And while you can smell what is this essence that has taken over Nikolai's body, the part of you that you're familiar with, the part that you know has regenerated the damage that his physical body suffered, there is a smell, and with it comes a sense of unease that emanates from him. It is like breathing in the deepest, coldest place that you could possibly imagine. And you get that same chill that sort of ripples down your spine as if you were doing so. Something, and you don't know what, is not as expected.
Did I recognize the voice?
Yes. Not the voice directly, but you most certainly know, it's such a weird way to put it. You don't know the voice because you've never heard it, but you know on an instinctual level where it came from. Which is, it was one of the 6 beasts.
Do I hear Kenna backing up?
You would notice. Kenna's a big woman, even if Kenna was trying to be stealthy.
We should get a medical attention, right?
He's gonna clear his throat. You ever feel like you should be in a lot of pain? You're just not? Sort of extend his hand, stretch it out. Take note of the now tinge of his skin. Interesting.
Kinda slowly picks up Firebrand.
Okay. Dire?
Gwen turns.
So first, Edelweiss.
Does that tinge of skin look all too familiar to me?
Yes.
Is it the one that's on my chest?
Mm-hmm.
Ah. This is not good. Nicely.
Gwen turns and locks eyes with Kenna.
Happened here? Why do you look like that? I'm going to look to Gwen, who is looking at Kenna, and are you still in wolf form?
Yes.
I'm fine.
There's a lot of noise going on. If you want to stop it.
Sorry, I just rolled.
Yeah, Gwen's just sort of got eyes fixed on everyone in the room right now, but specifically Kenna, because she's the only one who's gone for arms.
Nikolai also Kenna cocks his head. Interesting.
Nikolai, did you get anything from that?
Too much. I have to DM die or something.
During conversation, even with Gwen staring at Kenna, Kenna's actually going to move even her second hand to the end of Pyrebrand and hold it level at her waist.
You just go back. And you've never heard Gwen. Oh, okay, he's still here. You've never heard Gwen speak in this form. She doesn't. She only barks or growls. But there's a low voice, and I can't do it right, that sort of emanates from the chest. That is accompanied by growls and breaks, but says, "You need to trust this. We don't have any other options."
I don't have to trust anything.
To live alone is to die in agony. You have to throw your lot in with someone. I'm placing mine here. Whatever the cost. And then she says it again. I am placing mine here. All we've heard, and all we've seen, and all this is, I will see through to the end. If you want to leave, this is the last damn chance you're gonna get.
About the end, I got some information about that.
What do you mean?
Well, it was interesting. For a moment, I didn't exist. Like me, the concept of me didn't exist. And then I was in a different reality. The best I could put it. And I met the orb. The being inside of it. That's fun.
Nikolai? Who are they? It's...
They are strict. A old, very old, ancient title bearer.
To... What... But what do they... What is their power? What are they... What do they recide over? Do you know? Do you even...
I don't know anything besides what they told me.
Do you even know their title? Their full title? What did they tell you? This is...
Well, I'm not sure if resided over would be more appropriate. More like they occupied or lived on the moon.
No! 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 And you see Edelweiss eyes widen back up to the wall and looking absolutely horrified. They are shaking, and I suppose Gwen could hear this, but you could hear their breath becoming very fast and sharp. No. You
You all have to decide now. Secrets nearly killed us. Secrets did kill him.
The cult!
We either...
Nikolai! The cult! There.
Yeah? Are they?
The Watcher. The Watcher. The Watcher.
Yes. Yes.
And they just kind of collapse, or not collapse, but just kind of like fall to their knees and have tears running down their face. And in our bad state, I suppose.
I mean, they seem nice. I mean, they did save my life.
Thrix saved your life, or Gwen's saved your life?
At least from my end, Thrix saved my life.
What did it say to you?
That if they joined along for the ride, I could live again? Ooh. Nice. Yeah.
So you have a part of that thing in you.
Yep. He's right here. Cheap thing.
When-
I don't know.
You have a part of that thing in you. And I just turned you into a weapon.
Nikolai, there's a voice in your head.
Mm-hmm.
Would you like me to speak to them on your behalf?
I mean, can't get any worse. Sure, go for it.
Okay. Nikolai, there's a moment where you feel a chill run up your spine. And then there's an odd sensation like stepping backwards out of an open door into the cold. And while you still see everything as you did, you realize you're no longer the person that is at the forefront of your mind. The rest of you watch as Nikolai's eyes, the Scholara turn black and the irises turn silver.
I am the one known as Thrix. Nikolai has given me permission to speak, so that I may answer your questions.
Did you save him or did you lie to him?
I saved his soul from the creatures scratching beyond this realm. He would have certainly been dragged away had it not been for my interference.
What are you?
I am a remnant fragment of a title bearer known as the Watcher.
What was your domain?
The moon.
Just the moon?
Yes.
Do I believe it?
You can roll an insight check.
I want to roll insight check. I don't know if I can. That'd be a disadvantage at this point, but
You are kind of having a mental breakdown, so if you want to give yourself disadvantage, you can go for that.
I will.
17.
Great.
Okay.
Roll tie.
By the way, I'm assuming I'm like hearing this too.
Yes, yeah.
This is incredible.
All of your sensors are working normally. You just don't have control of your body.
I get a +1 on insight.
Okay.
That's a 19. I got
Oh.
a 19 and 18.
Okay. Honestly, the statement seems believable. There's a weirdness where you're trying to read more into the entity speaking from Nikolai's body, but there is an obvious lack of expression from this creature that's speaking. So the only thing you can really read into is how it is speaking. And there's nothing that denotes to you that it's being deceitful.
Okay. I don't think Edelweiss can talk at the moment. I'm going to roll a d20 and see how well they can use minor illusion for that. Nope. Hands too shaky.
Dire.
Yes.
What would I need to roll if I was trying to put together some information in my head? Specifically being, they claim that they were a title bearer, or that they're a part of a past title bearer for the moon. But the fact that the moon might not be governed by a title bearer anymore.
It's just a religion check.
That it was claimed by somebody else.
I mean, I can't guarantee you'll know who's claimed it, but you can. I can certainly give you a bit of a timeline.
Hip theory. Said religion?
Yep.
15 total.
Okay. You've got some of the basic information at least. So while your clan doesn't worship the title bearers, they do understand and respect them due to the fact that their existence still helps control a lot of the world and its functionality. So it's not just like, hand waving them as false deities. No, they are very powerful and, cosmic beings. The being that was responsible, whose portfolio included the moon, used to be, at least from the greater understanding, the hunters, the gods of death, who in the last year, and this you'd be privy to, have been displaced. So technically their portfolio is kind of open. And near as obvious due to the fact that death is still a little tricksy, no one's claimed, at the very least, the seed of death. But there is the off chance that other creatures or deities could try to claim other parts of the portfolio that have been left open, and would be a little less obvious.
Cool. Theory holds.
Okay.
Lars, from the slumped down side of the cave, as soon as hearing the voice, sort of gets up, picks up Poetic Justice, and walks slowly over towards Nikolai. Like, I'm imagining like he's like sort of answering these questions, and everyone sort of stood in a semicircle with Edelweiss sort of panicking.
Gwen is sort of curled around Nikolai protectively.
Okay. Lars has his gun sort of at half ready, and he'll say to the being that has taken over Nikolai. He'll say, "What is your goal? What is your use of Nikolai?"
Nikolai's head will turn towards you in a very mechanical fashion. And its silver eyes will sort of look at you, and there'll be a moment where the silver kind of swirls, almost like watching someone like swirl paint in water, and it'll all turn black for a moment and then return to being silver.
What is the first task? I, much as your compatriot Nikolai, only wish for survival. At another chance, life.
You're a god. What killed you?
Another god.
Which one?
There were several involved.
For what reason?
At the time, I was uncertain. But now, in my millennia of reflection, I have come to the realization that they were merely consolidating their power.
So essentially, you were ousted by the other gods.
Yes.
Insight check.
Yeah, can I insight check?
Yeah, anyone's free to insight check at any time. Just, let me know.
Yikes. 12.
Oh, I'm also assuming I don't have exhaustion anymore.
You do not have
Although,
exhaustion
I
anymore.
don't know.
I rolled a nat 20
Ooh.
for the insight. It's an all in all 21.
Okay, well, both you and Nikolai rolled very well.
24.
Again, this being is hard to read, if only because it's expressing itself through a body that is not its own. The way that it speaks seems very flat and matter of fact. And in its circumstances, there's enough evidence to sort of believe at least parts of what it said, which is not necessarily about it being killed by other gods, but more about it's had an opportunity to sit inside of a small prison for a very long period of time to consider why it died. It wouldn't make any sense for a being in this position to negotiate its way to save Nikolai and then at least spin a greater part of this story to be false. It seems as if it is answering to the best and most truthful of its abilities. And while it is unusual because it is so clearly alien to the way that you interact with people, there is nothing about it that seems like it's trying to be deceitful.
Lars will lower his weapon, sling it around his shoulder, and he'll sort of like he'll half turn and he'll jokingly say, "Well, welcome to the group."
I rolled a 20 to do a dexterity checks myself.
Mhm.
Otherwise, will use minor illusion, directing it at Nikolai being possessed by Frix, and write down, "Why would you have me dead?" If it's this disjointed, it's because they cannot think straight.
Yeah. You know, Nickel Thrix. No. Well, we'll figure out something. Thrix a lie. Yeah.
Nikolai.
There's something in there, I'm sure.
Sounds like he's a cactus.
Yeah. Thrix possessing Nikolai, they turn and read the message. And then again, very, very mechanically, the head just sort of turns and regards Edelweiss in the corner. And then, as expressionless as it has been,
I do not know who you are, and I do not wish harm to befall you.
And in response, "Why those seeking your life kill mine?"
it was a long moment of contemplation.
Do not know why people would seek to end your life. I cannot help.
Oh, that last end bit just got really messed up.
I know you're muted, CJ, but I just have to say that the voice effect going over your wife in the background actually adds
Yeah.
character for me, as in it
So-
makes it even better.
I thought it was like it sounded like extra people.
Just
talking
multiple
in the
voices
background.
speaking.
Yes, it sounds so
Yes.
good. Honestly, it makes it better in my opinion.
It
Except the fact that I could not hear that last part.
It almost sounds like Nikolai's trying to talk out as well.
Yeah.
Well, I'll let her know it's adding to the ambience. Otherwise, Edelweiss, the last comment it made, which was, it can't help. It does not know, therefore it cannot help.
I guess the last thing, which actually, I'm gonna roll it again and see if they can do anything. That's a 10. That's a +3, 13. You think that works? Think that's enough to cast? I think that's enough to cast. Why are you so cold?
Can't just ask someone
The
why they're so
moon.
cold.
Kenna interrupts. Kenna
You
interrupts.
guys are killing me.
Kenna interrupts and answers, because space is cold.
That one is correct.
And I think they were trying to look up at him, but like half had turned down, and they're just gonna continue staring at the floor, curled up.
Kenna is going to approach Thrixalai.
Uh-huh.
Congratulations, you have a super Roman name now, Thrixalai.
Not only that, I have my own internal ship name.
Yep.
Weird,
Man.
but okay.
So sad that the Ides of March was yesterday.
Kenna will approach Thrixalai. Yes, still holding Pyrebrand. Slowly, like, steps up, looks down, looking down at the pair. I'm gonna refer to you now as the pair, even though you're one person.
Gwen is standing between Kenna and Thrixalai.
Did you move in front of him then?
She's
Because
been
you weren't in
wrapped
front of
around.
him, or
She's been wrapped around them like in a defensive coil the whole time.
Yeah.
She is right there.
well, you would have had to have moved in front, or you're all on fours. Because either way, that means we can't see him. In your hybrid form, if you're standing in front of him, we can't see him as he talks. So you're either behind him or you're on all fours.
Yes, all fours.
He's a little small.
Okay.
She's a little bunched up. He's cold. He needs to be warmed.
Kenna approaches, still not paying attention to you, and looks down at him. Do you want your moon back?
I've had much time to think about that. If I must choose between the moon and living, I would choose living.
Sorry, yes. And we would make a call. We would say, I want to get yeah.
Takes a deep breath and exhales slowly. I am intrigued at your appearance and or awakening with
That's where it's coming
Nikolai
to.
at such a opportune time. nonetheless inside this group.
Oh, and this is what you
I have no questions. I am just concerned about you.
As you have every right to be. Right. These circumstances are not the usual ones.
I go to reach my hand out, my left hand taking it off of Pyre's lower part of the hilt, and go to grab Nikolai on the shoulder to feel his skin. Or I
Quick
guess
doesn't move.
upper arm, if his shoulder is covered with clothing, so.
They don't move.
Mm-hmm.
It's also a little damp.
A tiny bit.
A little moist.
Yeah, you reach out, hand clamping onto part of Nikolai's arm, and all you do is feel just the cut of chill, emanating from Nikolai's skin, even through the little bit of clothing that he still has there. Just it bites through.
So, is the orb, in effect, just a normal orb now, or it's Lars is looking confused, sort of just gesticulating to the whole group.
The power contained within the orb is the fragment of power that I have used to renew and sustain Nikolai. As long as I'm a part of him, the orb will be much the same.
Useless or a part of him?
A part of him.
So there is power in the orb still.
I and Nikolai are all one and the same.
So while you reside inside him, there is nothing residing inside that orb.
Yes.
Kenna releases his arm and walks back.
Are there any further questions, or may I allow Nikolai back to the forefront? Location both can be on. I wonder if both are
I think we're done with you for now.
Very well. You may call upon me, and with Nikolai's permission, speak to me again.
And Nikolai, you feel yourself, as I described earlier, like stepping backwards out of a door into a snowstorm, pushed back forward, and you are returned to your full senses.
You know, from all the stories I've heard of possession, this is probably the best outcome, honestly.
Gwen
asked for
starts licking the blood off of
permission.
his cheeks.
He checks his body, sees the bag isn't on him. Can I have my bag back?
This man
looks
is
around for who
sloshed
has
in
the-
blood. He's asking for his bag.
Yep.
Kenna reaches that bag. Kind of puts Pyrebrand's head down. Sticks her arm actually in the bag, staring at you. And goes to grab the orb.
Okay. What is the what are you thinking when you're trying to grab the orb?
Like, what am I think? What is she thinking in general, or what is she thinking to grab it?
What are you thinking to grab it? As previously discussed, in order to pull something out of a bag of holding, you basically have to think about what it is. What's Kenna thinking?
She's thinking, the D effect that is no more, now a powerless glass orb.
Okay. Hand reaches into the bag. You think, trying to find, and eventually your hands do grab onto the shape of something spherical.
She'll go to pull it out.
Okay. In your hand is what looks like sphere, almost made of blue glass. You can see through it. It's perfectly smooth. And almost light as air.
She feel Kenna's going to give it some squeeze to feel if there's any like vibrational movement in the glass. Like how if you squeeze a glass too hard without breaking it, you can still feel it kind of move.
There is no give.
Holding it in her one hand, we'll just hand Nikolai the bag.
I guess that works. So, how do you like my new friend?
I don't.
And I don't think she's the only one in feeling that way.
Oh well.
Like I said, last damn chance to get off. There's no bus, there's no train. I don't know what either of those are. Last damn chance to walk away.
And anyone else talking about the other large animal in the room? The fact that he's very likely now a lichen?
That's a given.
Oh, okay.
Oh, yeah.
I wasn't sure if that was a problem for anyone else going forward. All right.
Can I roll to put some things together in my head?
What are you trying to put together so I can tell you what to roll?
If my biting him was a means of repairing his body so that Thrix could plug his soul back into it.
Okay. I mean, just make a general intelligence check.
Ha ha. Three.
You know, you just don't know. There's no evidence to connect any of it possibly together, and there's no way to be certain what sort of abilities or senses that Thrix might have had when contained within the orb to even know what was happening outside, let alone when stashed away into an extra dimensional space inside of a bag of holding, and also know what was still happening. Like a lot of there's a bunch of x's in this equation, and you have no real way to plug in the right values.
She's not even thinking any of that. She's just thinking blood tasty. She's still cleaning up Nikolai's face.
Can you stop that? It's weird.
Quine. So I'm not Hargy. I'm not gonna make dog sounds. I'm not that talented.
I gets up. So it's like is uncomfortable by the fact that his clothes are covered in his own blood, and brain. It. I would like to go outside real fast to try and get some of this out using some of the snow.
Go and just
Blood. Real bad.
Gwen goes over to her pack and hands him an extra set of traveler's clothes that she brought with her.
Ah. Useful. You still would like to go outside though. Just get some water in it, clear it out so it's not as bad. But this will do. For right now, at least.
Isn't there like a sound of rushing water in this like cavern tunnel system?
So the druid rest stops tend to have small running streams through them.
Okay.
If it's running, well, I am. Go over to it. Put my hand in. Is the water cold?
Freezing.
Does it feel like it would hurt me?
No.
With my now.
Your human brain knows that this is very cold. And you do have like the reaction of like dipping, like touching something that's going, is going to be too hot for you to touch and realizing a second too late, so you kind of pull it away. But then you realize it didn't actually hurt you.
Interesting.
What?
Give me 1 second. Takes off shirt, replaces shirt with traveler's clothes shirt. Can you guys like not look real fast? I need to check my body. See. Okay.
Kenna just says, "Of course." Keeps looking.
Vaguely creepy, but okay. Help. Okay. When he took his shirt off, did one? I'm assuming it continued all the way across his body of the like blue, and it's cold.
Yeah, your every visible piece of your skin is this slightly off-white bluish color.
Well.
Welcome to the club.
I guess. Instead of putting his shirt on, just take off his pants. And how deep is the stream? I'm assuming like it's like what, foot? Not much.
It's at its deepest point like a foot now.
Okay, he'll just try and like throw some water over his body, try and rinse off any blood on him.
Doable? Yeah, you can clean off, no problem, nothing weird about it. Other than the fact that, again, every single time you like splash water on yourself, you have the moment of like bracing for the chill, and then it's just not coming.
Wow. To think I won't have to be too scared of the cold now. That's fun. He cleans himself. We'll put on the traveler's clothes and then dip his other clothes in the water, try and clean off as much as he can.
I mean, yeah, if you put a little time and effort into it, you can get those clean. With the exception of, you're gonna have a couple of splotchy blood stains, because blood don't come out that easy.
Yeah,
it's fresh.
I don't even know how good brain melts.
I mean, you just take it, scrub against the rocks. You'll get there.
Most of it, yeah.
He just does that. You know, if it gives you a better feeling, although highly doubtful, I do still feel like me, so that's something.
Well, this is better than the alternative that I thought might have happened to you.
You mean
And what was
this?
it?
As he points to the clothes that he's like scrubbing out.
No.
There was
Your
something worse
skin.
than this.
And it's better, and it is better that you are alive than you are dead. So that's another positive. Your duty
Agreed.
to your people,
mean-
your duty to your people can remain fulfilled.
Yeah.
But with your
No.
new nature, I don't know how accepted by the rest of your kind you will be.
Only if they know. And while I
Believe me
think,
when I
thank you.
say. It's a hard thing to hide after a
Yes.
while.
Has it ever
Yes,
occurred to
which is
you?
why. Yes.
Has it ever occurred to you that you could protect your people without having the power of the noble? I am only saying this because right now, if you are lycanthrope, it is better that you are not seen in public anymore.
Not
And
entirely
with-
true.
And yes, I get that. But also with your new friend, that also might be a better option than trying to get the nation to accept who you are. And Lars, when saying that, sort of realizes he's saying something kind of dumb and just turns around and scoffs at himself.
He might have a point actually. Walking around with the Duke's what looks to be freshly dead and resurrected son. It's not a good look for us or for you.
No, but at least I'm walking. And plus, I don't know if I need the lycanthropy to stay alive. I really don't know. I don't know what's holding me together right now, which will come, I guess, a little bit more knowledge on that in time. If I can get rid of, if I can not have the lycanthropy, that would be nice too. Only one thing influencing your mind is usually better than two.
3.
Or 3.
The thing is,
Yeah, you know.
Nikolai, is you have. It's like you have two beasts inside of you. Which one is gonna wrestle control? Which one is going to overpower the other? And which one, in the end, decides to keep control? That is what I am worried about. I'm not worried about. Well, that is the only thing I'm worried about.
No.
I mean,
Lycanthropy can be cured. But as Hitchhiker, I'm not so sure.
yes, and
What?
at this point, it's not too much I can do about it. Like, I can do a decent bit about the lycanthropy, I guess. But he's still watching. He's still listening.
What does he want?
And also to live. You heard it. I
Through
believe
you?
it.
Or does he want to find another vessel?
I would guess whatever let's him live. I mean, I'm open to staying with him, bumbling around in there. He gets to say hi to my sister every once in a while, so that's gonna be a fun time. Ugh.
Just to say, if this being decides to leave you, then that might be your death.
Something to think.
Right now, I don't know, and I don't have the power to look as much as I can.
Well, with that said, we've done something. What do we do next? Because as much as we can talk about this, we can't just stay here.
Well, we found out what the orb was.
Yep. Oh, hey. I'm gonna ask Trix. Have you heard of a title bearer called Ratri, also known as the Rogue?
Yes, I am aware of her.
What was your relationship with her? Was it like antagonistic, friendly, not really anything there?
The rogue was not one to frequently make friends, but from time to time she would visit me on the moon. I would say our relationship was amiable.
Ah, okay. Cause fair warning, I was, still may be, tied to her slightly. Since you're in my head, you're not exactly going to be able to, or I'm not going to be able to hide this stuff. So, yeah, she was the one that gave me the orb through, other people. Deities are deities. They do things weird. So, fair warning.
Acknowledged. There is a fair chance that Ratri's machinations have placed me here. More specifically, inside your body.
Yeah, that's what's scary about that thought. Not what happens when you would leave, but why you were here. Who knows?
If I am to leave too soon, your body will not be able to sustain itself, and your soul will flee back to the place in between. In order for your life to stay, my power must grow so that I can anchor your soul back.
Ah, good to know. Okay. He's still doing this while scrubbing, and then he'll just turn around to the rest of the group. So, he definitely can't leave right now, because if he was, my soul would leave my body. He has to be able to grow in power to anchor my soul back to my body. So, there's that. Also, he knows of the rogue, and it wasn't a bad relationship, so that's also nice too. Make new friends.
Ask him if he's aware of. Ask him if he knows where he's been. If he's seen anything outside of the orb since we've been in possession of it.
Well,
The answer to that is no. My senses are limited when stored within the orb, and due to your abilities to speak to those with thought, or at least the spanning abilities to do so, I was able to connect with you.
A lot of things apparently do that. So no, they don't. He doesn't. Well, he didn't answer that. Yes, he didn't know where he was or where they were. It was only the connection that my mind can have psychically that let him connect to me.
But eventually he
understand why-
will leave.
That
Right.
is that was sort of the deal, yeah. once he's powerful enough to leave and go do his own thing, he hooks me back to my body. And yeah.
Any idea how
Um,
long that could take?
You see Edelweiss sit on the opposite side of Nikolai, washing their face. They look a little more stable. They'll be joining chat shortly.
No. I have no idea. That's one thing I'm going to be trying to look for in the future. You know, hopefully with a deity in my head, my abilities to gaze into the future may become a little bit more precise. One can hope.
No.
I won't
Likely
be
not.
able to aid with that.
Oh. Amazing.
So, what do we do now?
Oh, I have some. It's mildly alarming. I'm not sure if mildly alarming, but concerning.
You have more
Bloody
secrets to
orb.
share?
No, I already told Nikolai about this. There will possibly be
Yeah.
a cult looking for you. I have no idea what they might want to do with you if they learn of the habitation of the being once known as the Watcher inside of you. Mind you, they're cult. They aren't very good people in there. That was what I was telling you about.
Yeah, I could assume. And yes, like, actually no, he didn't say that. I would like this to not be talked about at all. I feel like that's assumed, but you know, covering bases.
Which part?
Like, unless, probably all of it, besides when we're in private. And also, I'm very sorry, Skylar. But I bet this was a fun afternoon.
I certainly
Dude,
learned
it's
quite a
not
lot.
even-
Oh.
Go ahead. I wasn't saying anything in character.
Would you say, Dyer?
I've certainly learned a lot.
As unthreatening as they do sound, I have my reservations about the ones, quote, not dead but inactive title bearer being brought back to the physical world as we know it, I suppose. The home plane. This is
Join the club.
I mean, yeah,
no
the-
offense, but no offense to you, like kind of like at Frick's inside. I do not have the most pleasant memories of such things, and I do not know what your opinion would be if you knew about them, but I hope you understand they are not pleasant people. And yes, I am one of the Lena elves, as much as I don't appear it.
Wait, is that what this is? Sort of like extends his hand, looks at it. Is that what? Wait. Checks ears. Or his ears pointed.
Your ears are normal.
Were you actually
Interesting.
checking your skin?
Yeah, he was checking his skin, and he's like, "Wait, he checks ears. They're not pointy. Okay."
Is he any more hairy than he was before?
So you can wait a couple days. Wait a couple days.
Wait,
Let's see that.
he only just got revived.
You gotta repair. You gotta start
you
repairing
know,
the body before
his facial hair looks like it came back a little fuller.
Oh, yes. 100% worth dying.
100% being alive.
Like it's no longer just like the mustache and like beard combo. It's like the full grown, like thick, like mustache beard combo.
Man. When you said came in fuller, I'm like, oh, so the chin strap's a little bit more uniform. The mustache was a little bit more there. No, like full on.
Mm-mm.
Oh wow.
Oh yeah.
Also, I want to turn to Gwen and go, and no, Gwen, it is not something I'd like talking about, but it is among some, not especially a secret. Especially considering...
I just can't tell with you, that's all.
No, it's fine. Just know that you and Lars aren't the only one who's lost your family. And this whole thing regarding Vrix, as I suppose it's more proper to call at the moment, is the culprit. And they've had...
You say a cult is responsible?
Indeed.
The actions of others acting in the name of a thing is not the same as a thing
No,
acting in its own name.
I did say he did seem reasonable. I just don't know what his opinion would be, considering they want the same to bring him back. However, they were aiming more for title bearer and regaining his title, which obviously would cause much fuss, I suppose.
I mean, we could still try it.
I don't know enough. That's to bring back a once dead being is unheard of.
Well, you just watched
I mean,
it.
not. No, I mean, I don't think there is a precedent for bringing back a title bearer. There are many who have disappeared since bygone days, and I don't know what could happen. But you can imagine that many other title bearers would not be happy. It's only asking for trouble. I'm only saying this is something, and it's something that it's happening now.
That's fair. Yeah, that is fair.
Besides, no.
Is Nikolai done bathing?
I don't know.
Yeah,
Fine.
Yeah. that was like a few minutes. Now he's in the traveler's clothes. And he's trying desperately as he can without
And just for
himself to get the blood out of the clothes.
clarification, if you couldn't tell from my shock, I did not expect this to be the outcome. Oh, so that's a title bearer I am aware of. But that's only one, yes. I did not think I'd be thrust into the very one that I know. Not sure if my master knew either. They did not know, and they were eager to know the identity, or maybe not eager, but curious. It is completely unrelated and quite a
Otherwise-
coincidence.
Actually, she opens her mouth to say something, closes it, grabs Nikolai, and drags him outside.
Can you please stop moving me?
Once they're about 20 feet from the entrance, she throws up on the ground.
So the trick here is you have to be able to get out of the cave, and it requires one of two people to do so.
Oh, I thought the door was still open.
Oh no.
No, we
No.
never
No,
opened
we
that again.
we left it open, didn't we?
No.
The
we
plan
didn't.
was
No,
Okay.
No,
the
'cause we
plan
were
was
concerned about
in case
Okay,
things
that-
backfired, open the door. It was never open.
okay.
Yeah.
All right. In that case, that was not the plan of action. I was under the assumption that the door was open.
9.
All right. Anyway,
So what's the new plan of action?
I think it's just throw up on the floor. No.
Oh, okay, perfect.
it's- She looks over at Skyla and sort of nods towards the door. Would you do me a favor?
You know what? Why not? Anything to get myself out of here sooner is probably a good idea too.
Oh, we're not keeping you. Believe you me.
Oh, don't worry. I wasn't going to allow it. She kind of just like idly picks up her bag, her pack, slings it over her shoulder, pushes herself up on her spear, and then walks over to the door. She'll put a hand on the stone. You'll see kind of like what Kenna does where the fire sort of races around. You'll just hear a gust of wind strike the stone, and eventually it'll slowly slide open. Skyla steps out first and just kind of walks a small distance away. Just kind of breathing in the fresh air.
Nikolai, could I borrow you?
Yes, I guess.
And they go,
She says, dragging him by shirt collar.
yeah.
Oh,
Wait, no,
wait,
let me
wait.
get dressed first.
Do you go for it again?
No, she just asks him if she can. Listen, there was retconning that had to be done. I decided to take the polite road this time.
Wow.
How
But
polite
she
of
does
you.
still, yeah, she does still throw up on the ground, 20 feet outside the cave.
Hmm.
Nikolai will just go outside, be like, "Is this what it's like to feel comfortable in the cold? What?"
He says while only in
What?
plain travel's clothes outside and like, just below 0 weather.
Is he warm?
He's comfortable.
Not definitely more comfortable than triple layer Nikolai still being cold.
When we get back in there, we need to discuss what the next plan of action is, so I recommend you go ahead and start thinking about that now. But I wanted to ask you, how are you feeling?
Well, for being dead not 10 minutes ago, I am feeling pretty good. Having another voice in your head is fun, and having an affliction, that's also fun. But
Yeah.
could be worse. I could be dead. So
You're taking this all very well.
if I don't, I'll break down.
Understandable. I'm sorry. For what it's worth, this isn't how I wanted it to go, but it's all I had. All I could do.
Well, that's fair. It's like, I can't blame you. The whole thing about biting the hand that feeds, trying to say someone did a bad job when trying to, literally save your life is okay. Trying to say someone did a bad job when they're resurrecting you. But maybe the means is not exactly what I would have wanted, but the end justified those means at least. So thank you. I would like to get rid of the affliction though, eventually.
There are ways.
In
You don't let
defense of Gwen's actions, I would not have been able to seep her soul back into the body with the trauma that it had sustained. Without her decisions, you would not be here right now.
Oh. You would have seen Nikolai like sort of just like 1,000-yard stare go past and then come back. Oh, so Frick said that what you did was actually good. His power was not enough to save me fully, so you being able to repair the pot so that water can be poured back into it actually helped, for an analogy.
Or brain, in this case.
Yes. I don't know. I guess you could consider a body of pot as, what?
Listen, while you're still on the adrenaline, I'm going to go ahead and rip this band-aid right off. I reached out
Yeah.
to somebody to do this, and they might have designs for you yet. The beasts oversee all lichens in some form or another. We are all a pack. We're not friendly, but they do have a finger on you now, whether you like it or not.
More deities.
Yeah.
Yay.
My lineage was complicated in that they favored one of them. So you can expect something from that at the very least. I know I do. But for what it's worth, when you're feeling a little bit less like you're walking on air, I can help you learn to manage it. It's not always easy, but it's not always the worst thing in the world either.
Yeah. Until we get the ability to get rid of it, managing it will be what I need to do. The optics for a noble son being slightly possessed, right? Slightly fully possessed, versus a noble son being a werewolf.
You'd be surprised. Nobles have plenty of dirty secrets that they like to keep hidden, so you'd just be lucky if your dad doesn't end up throwing you in a cellar.
Yeah, you're telling me. This whole is like sort of just like levitates some snow around him. This whole thing, man.
Yeah. After meeting you and your
It's-
sister, I
it's sort
figured
of
it
the
was.
business.
Yeah. But
Go ahead, sorry.
I'm glad you're back. We'll get you through this. None of them have run screaming yet, so I'm assuming this is who we're throwing our lot in with, so. You're a pain in the ass, Nikolai.
Is it weird?
And you put your nose
That's
where...
my job.
Yes, you're a pain in the ass and you put your nose where it doesn't belong. And you wouldn't be able to pay me enough with all the gold
Again.
in the world. But I'm with you. Until we figure this out.
But at least I'm somewhat fun.
What?
And when, existential crisis aside, at least it's not a boring time.
We have different definitions of fun. Turns around and walks back in.
Like I said, I only consider it fun because otherwise I break down.
Does he follow, or does he stand out in the cold for a while?
He sort of just like runs his hand through the snow. He's getting used to the fact that it's not like as bad as it was before. It's like, that's interesting. It walks back in.
Before any of you continue, we're going to take our first break right there. So everyone can perhaps stew a little and figure out what they want to do next with themselves. in with the group. And I've allotted, anywhere between 5 to 10 minutes. So we'll start back up on the hour.
Nice.
Okay.
All right.
I'll be right back.
What fun.
So I knew
What
that
glorious
since
fun.
session 1.
Wow.
Yeah, I've been sitting on it. I've been
Oh.
waiting for that orb to come up because I knew. Yeah.
He's not like of all the things to be possessed by, this is probably not the worst.
Yeah, it's not the worst.
You know?
He's not as bad. I don't know, the man who's dead.
I got some interesting things from that besides the cold.
Yeah. Nice ass fucking cold, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. Just the cold resistance?
It's not called resistance. It's just I'm acclimated to it.
Resistance.
Yeah. Like I'd still take damage from cold, but it's the
Get on my
you're acclimated
level.
to high altitude.
Oh,
Look,
that's
I
really
have
cool.
other things now.
Yeah, I know that. I can see that. I just hope, I just threw a bunch of my shit out right there in 2 sessions, I guess.
We sort of did just have a massive deluge of character background. Bleh.
Yeah, I didn't want to, like, command anything, but it's kind of, like, hard to avoid, considering the situation that just occurred.
Yeah.
So I'm sorry
Yeah.
if that fucks up, if I fucked up at some point there, but it's just kind of difficult to avoid. Yes.
Yeah. It's great. Love
It's
this
good
stuff.
that no one fucking cares, but like at this point, no one does care. Unfortunately, I'm stuck with you guys.
I will be right back.
I should also be right back.
Okay, fine. I guess I'll just talk to no one about how I changed my channel points and the gold coins this week.
I am back.
Welcome back. It has been lonesome.
I bet. And that's gonna be the weirdest family gathering of like when Ratri, the Watcher, and the Beast are like, hey, so who has control over this boy?
Mm-hmm. Boy, you gonna find out.
Again, I have the perfect image of the rogue just sitting back with some popcorn going, I'm gonna watch how this plays out.
Mm-hmm. I mean, it's basically what she does. She never gets directly involved with anything. This will give me a chance to go pull my list of D100 diseases and plagues. Yeah,
What
for no reason. No reason.
Can I just say that this fucks up my plans? I'm not gonna lie, you two. Hey. I don't know if you're here or not. I don't care either way, but you make this very difficult for me right now.
I'm just moderating things.
You're telling me.
My plans were ruined too.
I am, Nikolai. You know what? I am, Music. I am telling you.
What's he telling you?
It's his fault. And he's a nerd.
I didn't plan on that. Yeah,
yes, you did. This was all part of your giant plan to fuck me up.
Oh, I'm kind of happy then.
This was actually the long con of Nikolai sacrificing himself to get this one person that burned down this logging camp.
Jesus.
It's all just to get you back.
Yep.
To say out to what Cargill was saying, yes, I did know what the orb was. I wanted to make sure 100% because I was like, what if it isn't? Hey, what if the orb isn't?
I had a feeling of what it was as far as it being tied to a deity. I did not expect it to be this tied to a deity. I have a lot of theories, and some of them are coming true. I'm holding on to some of them for the long game.
Just know this is I'm sorry if I was in the middle of like some things, but it's kind of hard not to be. I mean, I kept deciding.
One of those theories. Go ahead.
Hey, we have 5 minutes. Can I pull Dyer down real quick?
I feel like that question was supposed to be asked to me, but also asking for my permission. But the answer was yes to both.
Cool.
Bye.
You're back.
Hey, so
for the record, you are on the stream still, so just so you're aware.
What?
I'm just saying the stream is still running, so everyone can hear this if they're being snoopy.
Cool. Well, that's fine. I'll have to choose my words carefully then.
Okay.
So slight issue, and I'm trying to work through this, is Kenda staying with the party.
Yeah.
Not her first choice. I can tell you that. What, oh, okay. Oh, never mind. I'll just work through it on myself.
Okay.
Well, yeah, I was gonna start spilling. I was gonna start going through like some of the narrative stuff with you, because I wanted to make sure I was on the right page from what you were meaning for me to be on, as far as the Fae gods and goddesses go.
Unless you really want to get into the specifics right now, I really can't help you as much.
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. I'll wait till later.
Okay.
Yep.
Good talk.
Hey.
I forgot we streamed this game.
Oh no.
Why?
It made that conversation really short.
Because you're going to talk about secret stuff that shouldn't be talked about in game, and then anyone that watches back to watch the recap or just remember what happened is going to come across this one bit of like, oh, secret chat.
Yep. It's exactly. It's exactly what it was. I didn't care if any viewers were going to hear it. I know people who play this game spend the time to go rewatch the entire session, so I wasn't gonna talk
I
about
skipped this part, but yeah.
I'm not sure how to do it, but I believe you can mute certain parts of a stream.
That's fine. It's fine. It's fine.
Yeah.
I'll figure it out on my own.
Waiting on the owl.
It's okay. I have my insider info saying that nothing big was was said.
No, nothing was. Kyle decided against it. Like,
Oh.
There you go.
like
So there
mid
you
thought.
go. I've quelled.
Yeah.
What was I gonna say?
Why are you
I don't
laughing?
know anything.
Why are you laughing now? Okay.
This is nothing what I expected, and it was like so. I felt like yeah, that was the ultimate. That was what's gonna happen. This all makes sense, but just fucking happened. I'm just still shook.
Yeah.
Good.
I can't. Borderhead, I can't wait. What deity are you tied to, huh? When that reveal's gonna come, huh?
That's right. You sip that drink.
Normal boy. Normal boy.
What god has decided to put you in a plan of theirs?
That's the better question, because he might not know any better.
Normal boy.
Although, really, the trick is, and I feel like I've explained this to you guys at one point or another, that
Hey Lars, you're such a
And before I
normie.
Lars is a hacking normie.
Lars,
What's the trick?
Lars
What's
is the only good boy in this party.
What's the? Yeah, he is actually. What's the one weird god trick, Dyer?
oh, I have no idea what you're talking about. What?
What?
You were saying the trick is.
Oh, was I?
Yeah.
I don't know what it is.
But- okay. I want to know what the one weird god trick was.
The trick is to put a voice changer on and have your wife talk as the omniscient third, fourth voice part.
The souls that Thrix has captured trying to say what they want.
Mm.
Yeah.
It's great.
The moon voice.
There's a part where
God dang.
you can
what?
clearly hear her say, like, 3 become 1 or something like that. I'm like, wow, this is very
This is
atmospheric.
weird.
Yeah.
Wow. Okay.
All right, 601.
Hey, we're here. Cool story. And I guess we're back while I eat my last pizza crust. Pizza crust.
Pizza crust. Eat 'em up, eat 'em up, eat 'em up.
Not allowed.
Why is this not working correctly?
Mm. But
That's odd.
no, you are. You have all re-entered into the Druid's Cave.
Nope. I think.
With thoughts on the brain as to what the next steps are, given, well, the circumstances have changed a small amount, but really your goals or lack thereof haven't changed.
Yeah.
So Gwen and
Yeah, we should
Nikolai
really-
are coming back in from the outside.
Yep.
By the way, music, that thing that Lars said to you would have been said while you were in the water back in the cave. Until you were unceremoniously led away.
Okay.
Is Skyla,
Yeah. Go ahead.
is Skyla gone by now?
She
Or she's still
didn't.
hanging-
She didn't re-enter into the cave with you.
Okay. Was she still out there when we were done talking? Or did she head off on her own?
She was. After you were done talking and you kind of started to head back, you noticed that she was off to the side, about 50 feet away, and it looked like she was tending to a horse that wasn't there before.
Oh yes, the bat horse.
He would have turned around. By the way, Skyla, if you ever need to like stay in a city for whatever reason, or want to trade with a city that has a decent amount of stuff, you can always come to Stanholm, where my family is from, the capital of this duchy.
That all sounds like a terrible idea. Thank you.
Yeah, no problem.
And we never saw her again.
Never
We burned that bridge real fast.
deletes the token.
We know how to make so many good friends.
Who said that?
Yeah, I just said, yeah, keep making friends. Keep making.
Okay. So we enter back into the cavern. So we found out what the orb is. We know what that is now. Nikolai died, now he's not. There's a big scary blood crystal in this area that we can absolutely do fuck all about. Potentially a cult. Yes. Go ahead, I'm sorry.
We also can't do anything about the dragon either.
Oh,
If I'm not mistaken, your Shalseer are on their way.
yes, they are. There is something that we could do. New paths have opened up. You know that meteorite?
Yes.
Dirk's
Is it
going to help you lift.
light.
Is he
Yeah.
going to help you lift it out of the ground?
Maybe. He sort of flexes his fingers and then activates anchor on himself to half his weight. You'll see him sort of pick up, like, he's already a light boy, but now he's very light.
He basically does something and goes, Gwyn, pick me up.
Yeah, pick me up.
Gives me the
I give you permission this time.
I pick him up.
He's really light.
How light?
Roughly half as much weight as he was before.
Yeah.
Oh, so it's like a couple of grapes now.
He's 70 pounds when you lift him up. Okay, fuck you. But
Yeah, this could work.
Yeah.
I don't know how heavy that thing is, but it could maybe do something if we can get enough driving force behind it.
Yeah. And as far as I'm aware, as long as I keep making sure it stays, I can keep this effect going.
So that's something. Well, what do you want to do with the big rock that fell out of the sky after we get it out of the ground?
We could look around for some yeah.
Lars raises his hand. but
Yes,
he's
Lars.
letting you speak. He's just letting you speak. No, keep speaking. Let him keep speaking.
Go ahead. What?
I have an idea for it, but it's mainly of my own selfish need for weapons and ammunition. My family has worked with metals and such to make such weapons. I did know someone who would absolutely love to get their hands on something like that and fashion it into a weapon, but I don't know if that person is alive or not. I don't know if they survived the attack on my family. I'm pretty sure though that if if you all don't agree with what I want, I would totally agree with the sentiment and would not push that on you all further.
Well, from what you've told me of this meteorite, there is a lot of it.
Oh yeah, there is plenty to go around. If we all had an equal share, there is enough for everybody.
Yeah, I see no reason why we can't do both. Whatever and any of us want.
The
Like,
problem,
what
Nikolai, is actually cutting our pieces off. Do you
Yes.
get what I'm saying?
Yes, which is why we need to find someone that can do as such. If we can lift, that's something we need to check. I can half its weight, but it's still a meteorite, so heavy. But if we can get it to if we can move it, then we can start looking for people to take it to. If the people that you've been talking about did survive, I see no reason why we couldn't go to them. They might have some really good knowledge of it.
I need to find out if they're alive or not.
Mm.
And I don't know where to begin with that, Nikolai. You are my gateway into that. That is why I'm here.
Speaking of which, I know what he's doing, Owl. I'm looking through my notes because I need to make sure. God.
No, that is not a nudge, nudge, wink, wink. Say no more. Say no more. I'm just.
It's all right, Ryan. It's been like 5 sessions. It's fine.
Yeah, no, he's been holding back on you hardcore, and the Manimalist died with all that information.
Yes.
So no.
Yes,
Like even if you're not, it's still about time.
I feel personally
Yes.
attacked.
It's like I was going to do it, whether anyone else said anything about it or not. I'm just trying to find my notes on it so I say it correctly, and I am having the hardest. There it is.
Let's flask.
Where?
Sister. Okay. Yes. Speaking of which, Mordahan. My sister found some information about your family. Apparently, a sister is claiming the area under the Bismarck name. Maybe from another noble family that married into the von Bismarcks. I swear there was more. Where is it?
Lars sort of like insistently like walks up and like grabs your forehand and go, "Did she say Atreya?"
I don't remember that name. I don't think there was a name assigned to the sister, right?
I did not hear a name for that sister. I don't remember it.
Yeah. No, she didn't say a name. Only a sister. I can ask her. It may help narrow the search.
Yeah, her name is Atreya Schattenbroker.
Wow. What a name.
She stands. The Schattenbroker family is married into the von Bismarck. She decided to keep her mother's name after she got married. She keeps the Schattenbroker name, which is from a long line of business people. One of which, my mother, she was in the business of information, and she was really good at it.
Hmm. Have I heard of that family before?
Make a history check.
Come on. Ugh. Ah!
15. I mean, you're a bit familiar with the name. Like, the name's pretty, stand out. It's hard for you to sort of forget. But you're not like overly familiar with them. Just at, noble to noble, you know the family, but you don't know them personally.
Yeah. I've heard of them, not many interactions. Even though on the money side of things, my family's a mercantile family, so I would doubt if we've dealt with them before. I still haven't heard too much. Hard to miss though. So I have no doubt that my sister will probably know more.
And sorry, you said sister and I blanked out. What else did she say? Did Krista say?
She was claiming the area.
She was claiming the mansion.
Yeah.
Oh, well, like you'll see Lars like go from like kind of panicked and furloughed into a slightly more relaxed but unsure expression, and he says, like scratching his chin, I honestly do not know if that is a good thing or a bad thing.
Yes. That is the reason why I was actually hesitant to tell you. I wanted to see if my sister could find anything more, because if it was a bad thing, that could be demoralizing. But I probably shouldn't have kept it from you. But now that I have a name, I can tell my sister, and maybe she can find out a little bit more. Speaking of which, what was her relationship with your family? Was it cordial? Was it very intertwined, sort of standoffish?
Lars will sort of like, he'll turn around, sort of like rub his head a bit, think, turn back round, and he'll sort of approach you a bit closer, and like he'll like sort of stand off like to just off to your right, and like hunched over in his hands will start gesticulating while he's talking, and he'll say like, Atreya was, I never really got to understand her as a person. She was secluded, yet hardworking. She was shy, but very brash in her actions. Me and Atreya didn't really get along very well. I was very methodical, cautious, overthinking. She just did it, kind of reminding myself of new friends I've picked up. But from my impression, she was pushing me, but I don't know if she was jealous about all the attention I was getting from my father or my mother. To that extent, I do not know. I don't know if she's still jealous. I tried to understand her. I tried to put my nose into some things, and it ended up biting me in the ass, so to speak. That's how I got the scar. She decided to put me through a fencing exercise that lasted, I think, 6 or 8 hours, and she kept saying again, and I finally stopped after she cut my cheek because I thought it was getting too personal. But I'm just glad that if that is her, she is alive. But if that is her that is taking over the mansion, I am unsure of what the future holds. I do not. I do not understand. I need more information.
Exactly. But with the name, that will help.
I'll say to
I'm-
Nikolai
Yes.
that thank you for what your family is doing. It's the best thing that's happened to me in almost 5 years. Not only to getting to know the group, but to and having a pseudo family, so to speak. But your lead and your connections have been very helpful, and for that, I'm not going to walk away from you guys. I want to make that clear that I'm happy to stay around.
A noble family is all but useless if they don't have connections and information. It's how you stay alive. So
Yeah,
Oh,
and
the good
also meddling things you shouldn't be meddling with. Am I right?
it is only natural for nobles to do it. Unfortunately.
I can't.
Sorry, I didn't
can't
get the
really.
reason.
No worries. But I can't say that I have meddled with any dear fact in the last 5 years. Put it that way. But you've got the balls, kid. I'll give you that.
I mean,
A lot of them and not a lot of sense, but we'll call it that.
eh.
But thank you anyway for
Sense
the
is-
information. I'll have to. I need time to think about what I would want to do with that information, but I will await more information from Krista further. Until then, please don't wait that long and try to kill yourself before you let me know.
To be fair, I didn't try to kill myself. I
I
didn't know that
know.
it would have.
Yeah, I get it. Just that is fine. I'm not angry at you. I'm
Yeah.
more angry that you almost died.
I was trying, like I said, I was trying to see if it was a good thing to know about. But especially with all that we're dealing with, I don't know what the situation with the crystal is down there, and if your family was at least partially martial, then they will have to deal with it at some time.
Fair point. I don't know whether it's quicker to get a message to them now or wait until I know. I am unsure. I'm filled with a very uneasy feeling, and I don't know what to do right now.
Yep. Well, and for what it's worth, I can try and gaze as much as I can onto that, although because of the distance and people and subjects I'm not exactly related to, it may be a little bit hard.
As much as I would appreciate that, Nikolai, I feel like you should be using that for your own needs, not mine.
Huh. Right now at least. So just like gestures around. I'm not exactly sure if it would be more useful here or looking at potential connections, whether you call them out or allies.
Well,
but knowing knowing is half the battle, so, you know.
Well, like you said, the Dunderlight, if you can move it, I think we should be moving it to a safer place. Whether that be Stenmeyer or wherever, that is fine. Now we need to know what we need to do next. That is our priority. Do we go back out there and try and scout out the blood plague without them knowing and getting more information? Or do we take the Dunderline and run, so to speak, and runs with it?
If, well, whatever we do, I feel like we'd have to have a conversation about. I mean, I know it's a part of a plan, but how to attack whatever we're doing. Obviously, our way of fighting is probably not the best for us, as it tends to end in a lot of losses, physically or emotionally.
Say that. No, I think Kenna's got a point. Nothing we can do about that blood crystal.
Agreed.
At least not now. If you want to go back
And as much.
if you want to go back and investigate the Dandelight a bit more, while we wait for this Chalseer to show up and deal with the dragon, that's, fine by me. But after that, I don't know what other answers or problems this area can throw at us, and I'm not too keen to find out. As much as I love not being any closer to any other civilization. So.
Let's right now. Let's say move towards the Dandelight. While I contact Krista about Lars's family, because if there's more we can gain about that, then while I would hate to do it, we could probably leave the area, head towards Harbor, right? And because if we can make an ally there, one, that would help my family in what's going to be coming up, and two, a little bit more support directly to us will be very needed.
Are you suggesting an alliance between the von Bismarcks and the other guards?
For lack of a better term, yeah. It's
well, as the... I mean, he'll sort of like chuckle to himself, but kind of also be like kind of sad while saying it, like, as the last, if I have the right and I am the last von Bismarck, you have my allegiance.
Yeah. Unfortunately, I can't exactly confirm that. I'd have to go to my father. You see him visually displeased with him saying that. But if we can get his side on it, then there may be more than support from just me. And when it comes to my family and getting the von Bismarcks back.
And if we, and
Little
I know, and like I say, I know of someone who can easily sort out that Dandelight, cut it, shape it however you want. He's a good family friend, and he's made weapons out of, like, he may make weapons of anything. Well, not just weapons, he can also make things that, like jewelry, metal work, just anything that you want, he'll make.
It's at least a personal idea of mine is experimenting with some way that the Dandelight could be used as a focus for my psionics. if it seems that's in touch with magic, who knows? But first we have to get to it.
Yeah.
And
So,
Any objections? He says to the rest of the party, especially you, Kenna.
She'll kind of like, still taking a knee, will stop kind of like leaning over, open her eyes, and look at you. Objections to going to this meteor? I don't have any. I have a lot of concern.
Or
Well, you might as well voice it.
For the events that could unfold now that this Thrix is inside you. Concern for my homeland with this plague that we can't do anything about. Just concern. But getting Lars back to avenging his family's death or finding out what happened and who this remaining person is or who may have caused this, I think is probably one of the more self-felt missions that I could probably follow. And I would gladly help him. She'll like kind of take a seat from taking her knee. Just kind of like sit down backwards. Dyer, may I make a religion check?
Go for it.
To put dots together.
Mm-hmm. Hopefully.
All right. Yeah, trying to put dots together. Let's see if Kenna knows. What is my religion? I rolled a 15.
That's pretty good.
My religion's a +2, so 17.
I mean, most of what we sort of talked about, you can put a decent amount of stuff together. Everything else that you can talk on will just be your own personal speculation without confirmation from you.
Yeah. But those 4 things are, she understands those things.
Yeah, that's in your wheelhouse.
Yep. Okay. And I think, as someone has said before, no offense to Thrix, but it worries me by the means of which you were given this orb containing him, them, and the timing of it. The people are the, I suppose, title bearers, as they're called, who took his domain from him, are dead now.
I'm also privy to that information.
It also, who knows? As far as I'm aware, he is pretty old. It could have been the people before the ones that had taken up the current mantle. It could have been people before them. We don't know. I don't know.
Wait, what do you don't know?
I don't know.
Dyer, just to confirm my suspicion, it is actually A plus B equals C, right?
Why you gotta do this to me?
Because the way you responded with it, that it is.
I mean, the way I respond,
1 and 1 equals 2, right?
Yeah, the way I responded to you in the message is more or less kind of like point 1 goes into point 2.
That's what I figured.
Yeah.
So Kenna responds, he may be so old, but those who are dead now did take it from him.
Okay.
I actually don't know
And,
what you were implying.
He says that he wants to just survive, but that in order for you to sustain your life without him, he has to grow stronger and bide time. My concern is that when he grows stronger by biding his time inside of you and chooses to leave when he can, that it will be in conflict with whatever the state of the world is.
Yeah. Okay, yeah. I don't know if you said that, but Edois agrees on that because that was their concern.
Because he doesn't have to sacrifice the moon to survive. If he just has to survive long enough to be strong enough to get it back.
Stories.
I mean,
He
You're
always regarded the moon fondly. I don't know how you feel that way now, considering it's been so long, but that's how we were
Well,
told.
Something put him in that ball. I'd wager a guess that with enough time, something could put him in another. Hopefully
I
before
mean-
Nikolai would keel over.
It's a D-effect, so of course it would. All Tider Bearers have one, or have had one.
He
It was
probably
just-
made it himself with his own essence, and when he was killed, the item survived.
Does. There are more out there for each title bearer there ever was. We just don't know where. If you would have me, I would continue traveling for only personal reasons. I'll see if I can relay what my master might respond to and everything that just happened to keep and trust in the group.
That's the other
But-
thing that worries me. Because you've told us that your initial mission was to retrieve that orb and give it back to your master. Until that changed, is what you said.
Well,
But
the orbs was in Nikolai. I don't think I'd like to give over a person. That's too much for me at the moment.
I don't believe you
have-
could
I
do
also-
that right now. My point is that I am concerned about who your master is and what they wanted with it.
I don't know, but as I said before, I don't think they would have any nefarious reasons for it.
Well, someone
And-
who has
and we.
Kenna?
Go ahead.
most people, including myself, are usually going to be blind if the person that they follow in belief has nefarious or ill-intentioned things to do. We wouldn't follow them if we knew they were going to be evil.
Then I'll have to inquire when I have the time. I don't know when I'll be able to
Either way,
contact them.
Nikolai, I would be glad to go on this path that you have chosen for now. Just remember why I'm here.
Well, yes.
If we do
And-
not have a chance
Even
to
though-
change the ways of your people, then I might choose to just return home. However, as far as you being possessed and now afflicted, instead of keeping it buried and locked away, maybe you should use it to show that you don't have to be. Not all good leaders have to have, I guess, purity. Just because you are afflicted and you now have this deity's essence inside you doesn't mean you can't be a good leader. And if the rest of your people or your kind can't understand that, then maybe at least your region can, those who you seek to protect. And you may even be able to, I don't know, change the opinions of those.
As noble as that sound, I would like to introduce the fact that Nikolai does not yet have a title. So they would dispose of
No.
him sooner than
But he has
give him
weight.
a chance.
And he has us.
I'm just saying I don't think it's important to
Okay.
actually keep it hidden. As much as let your family know what has happened to you. And then embrace it and use it. Being ashamed of it is going to get you nowhere.
Not being ashamed, it's... You can't do anything if the people dispose of you.
Regular
Wonder-
people aren't going to be able to dispose of him. Do you see who he is sitting in this cave with?
It's not regular people disposing of me. It's my family losing its base of power. Sure, my family could stomp out rebellion. It's the people losing faith.
Well,
If-
then why don't you give them a reason not to?
You remember what I said, Nikolai?
it's-
Give them a reason
Yeah.
to follow you.
Yeah, and I will try. If... Although, I will say the cards are a little bit stacked against me when I am both possessed and a werewolf, and also psychically powerful. Like there are a whole bunch of like children's stories and nursery rhymes told about like evil witches and things like that. I'm sort of like the entire villain of all of those combined. It's
I could second that.
I don't know if you haven't noticed this, but you're sort of in a room full of evil villains from children's stories.
I resent that.
I mean fair, yeah.
You're an
wouldn't-
assassin,
Not by choice.
and I'm not a werewolf by choice. No, neither is he.
So we all
None
have
of
good
us are. We all have good in us. People are going to make assumptions about us. They're going to chalk us up to our stereotypes. They're going to call us monsters or fiends or whatever.
That
But the
they
point
would.
is, some of them already have. The point
That
is,
wasn't towards you.
the point is, we are better than that.
Okay.
That's it.
Yeah.
And we can prove that. We don't
We
have to
may-
change how other people think.
We may not like it, but we might not look it, but we might be the best thing to happen to this region.
That is ambitious, but I would like to believe it.
I wouldn't say at the moment,
Uh,
but if
Although,
this is what you want to do, then I suppose.
I would like to say, while I like your sentiments, let's do some good before we go saying like, hey, this is why you shouldn't be against lycanthropy, things like that. Let's
Yes,
go and do some good.
I second that.
Alright, how many more armies of crystal creatures or undead do we have to clear out before we can start saying that?
All of
I'll
them.
keep the tally.
We haven't
I'll
really
keep a
cleared
tally.
much.
More than you think.
That's why I'm saying let's go build our base of power. Let's see if we can move the Dandelight, and if not, hopefully in that time I'll get some more information about more of our largest family. And
Alright.
if not, we can pursue other avenues. I'm not sure kind of how open you would be to going back to your clan. at least right now.
Well, we could talk about that at a later time. That's
Okay. I'm just saying.
she kind of like
Deal.
starts to stand up, grabbing her axe in her bag, and she goes, "That's a lot, Nikolai. That's I don't even know where they're at right now. That's later." Yeah, that's a problem for
Okay,
future us.
I-
Yeah.
I'd like to roll an insight. But specifically, is it her not wanting to deal with repercussions of going back, or her just not wanting to deal with them right now? I want to roll an insight on that.
Either way, we'll burn that bridge when we come to it.
Yeah, speaking of burning
Let's not talk
bridges,
about burning and her.
right. What
Not-
did you rolled
Nope,
a 9?
Nope.
Wow. Hold on, you might have actually beaten me.
What?
Hargy, you're rolling less than a 40?
Yeah, I rolled a
Amazing.
6. I have a +0 mod.
A first.
What?
Folks, you're witnessing history.
Okay.
I mean, it's
So,
not like
I
Nikolai
know
was
it's not
feeling
that high.
super insightful, so he's not getting a ton of information off of this.
No. It's
Yeah.
it's not that she doesn't really just want to deal with it now. You get the hint that maybe she can't go back. That's it's maybe it might not be that she doesn't want to. It might be that she might not be allowed to. Which you have previous inklings from our initial meeting conversation. So
Yeah.
that's what you're feeling right
it's
now.
confirmation.
Yep.
Okay. Well, we still have a day. Go ahead. Sorry.
I was going to say, in any case, sorry, what time of day is it?
9 o'clock. The sun is just beginning to rise.
Like an hour.
Well, we have, as much as this day has seemed like it's dragged on forever, we have
2 weeks.
We have time as a day to do what we need to do. Go to the Dandelight, see what's what, and then go on from there.
Hey, depending on the route we take, we might even be able to get some scouting in.
Lars will go over to his bedroll and stuff and start packing up.
I would say let's first try to see if we could move it when we get there. We could probably stash it at the fortress and go check in on our friend.
Which
Yeah.
one?
We haven't got a
Kalina.
lot.
Oh, Kalina.
Our
Right.
only friend at the fortress. No one
You're-
else is
no,
been
Your
friendly
only
there.
friend.
Friends are
Yeah,
subjective.
listen.
You don't even need to be specific. Just stop.
You mean the raccoon?
Also not.
Yes, the
Okay.
raccoon's
Yeah,
a
the
friend.
raccoon.
No.
Gotta
The
get
raccoon
stacked.
might as well be your friend.
Nah, I think he's your greatest adversary so far.
Absolutely.
Sure, it's not
Raccoon
me.
is a little goblin, actually.
Just you wait. He's gonna end up stealing like a bunch of Lars's gunpowder next.
Oh heck,
Oh
no.
no. Oh no.
He has to.
He's building a bomb.
He has to be bloody sneaky to get into his pockets.
He does. He does.
He is a raccoon with the bandit face. Have you
Yeah.
seen it?
hmm Although, like I said, very frequently overlooked. In order to stop somebody from casually pickpocketing you in a city, you have to have a passive perception that beats their active skill check, and most of the time, people don't. So, just saying,
I-
a raccoon
I may.
with a casual, decent dex bonus could actually pickpocket someone in this party, except Nicholas.
Joke's on them. I don't have
What about-
pockets.
I love the idea that actually Horse is in on it when she's getting a cut from the raccoon stealing from Lars.
Anyway.
Wow.
But yeah. So are we ready to head out?
Yes.
If you
Are
don't
we taking
mind.
the tunnels back that way?
as far as we can, probably would be better.
So that was going to be my question.
Yes, Kenna.
So you guys can either leave the cave and hoof it back to the sheer rock cliff. You had to. This was a session you weren't here for, Kyle, but you had last time. I had Kenna wild shape into a big furry mountain spider and help string things to the various cliff points that allow the rest of the party to climb. Otherwise, I couldn't.
That was not how it worked. It was a bear, and we had rope.
Oh, it was a bear and
I
rope.
refer to mountain spiders or bears as mountain spiders.
I forgot.
I did forget. I remember thinking spider, but I think I remember going against spider, inevitably going. I'm not sure if Kenna would know spider, so I went with there. But either way, big climbing thing with stringy thing attached to it.
Definitely knows what a spider is, but yeah, she wouldn't know. She'd just go bear or mountain goat.
Anyway, so well, because like I said, it was really difficult to ascend, and that was sort of the point, and so that's what happened. So you could either exit and then head south to find that position again, and then go through that, and then take the same trail up the switchbacky, avalanche-y, frozen lakey thing.
No, we go a new one.
Or you can go through the tunnels. Yep, and just
we go through the tunnels,
ascend.
pop out, and we try to find a new way.
Yeah, or pop out in the exact same tunnel system and just walk to the meteorite.
Sure. Yeah, see that too. Adventure.
Yeah.
Please.
But that's to say the tunnels are kind of winding and a little bit labyrinthine. So,
Okay.
we're going to see if people can navigate their way through these.
I'm ready to roll.
All right, you guys pack your crap up. We're getting right to the business. Survival checks from 2 people.
Rolled. I got a natural 19.
I will roll.
I got a 26.
That's pretty good.
I'm gonna spend an inspiration point to roll that again.
You're really trying to one-up Kyle here, I see.
Can I spend another inspiration point to roll that again?
Ow.
If you really want to.
You're
Okay.
wasting
Priorities, am I right?
Concede.
God is telling me something.
You've been got.
Somehow Gwen gets lost while everyone else is still together.
I'm just trying not to roll a 2 or a 3, but I got an 8, so I'm gonna sit on a 8 plus 6. I guess holding this plant while trying to roll survival was not a good call.
Probably not.
The plants did not
That's nature right there.
I'm gonna
Nature don't
survival.
need your help.
Oh, plant.
Listen, I was just gonna trim it a little bit. Could sense my intentions. Yeah, so 14 total. I just didn't want to get sub 10, if that's okay with y'all.
It's your inspiration points.
They absolutely are.
Yeah, you totally won't need them later to save yourself from mauling your party members or anything.
Hush.
Okay. In which case, unsurprising, Kenna is pretty understanding of the layout of these tunnels. So it's not even that Kenna's like familiar with them, saying that Kenna's probably traveled a few, but these particular tunnels not as much. Along the fact that there is a method to how these are carved and made, and they are done in such a way that if you at least understand a lot of the philosophy followed by the original ancient druids that carved these, you can sort of follow them in a very distinct pattern that will lead you at least as close to as a place you can hope. Which is, you guys will wander in these tunnels, guided by Kenna, stopping at various crossroads and intersections, kind of having a moment of contemplation, and realizing that straight up sometimes isn't the best answer. And will eventually, after about 3 hours of hiking through these tunnels, and eventually hitting various rest stops along the way, by the by, you will find yourself, after the end of a very long inclined hike, at an elevated position inside yet another rest stop. This one a bit smaller than average. It comfortably fits the group of you, but any more than what you have, it would start to get kind of cramped. And there was another door that when checked and verified, you can look out and see the edges of the mountain range you guys have been hiking in for a while. And Kenna, you can confirm, based off of where you know that meteor crashed, that you're actually not too far from it. from your current position. So you think if you leave from this particular stop, you can hike the rest of the way there.
Okay. Well, I think this is where we depart into the elements. So, make sure you're buttoned up. Nikolai, I know you have this newfound resolve inside of you, but stay dressed.
Don't
Gives
forget your snowshoes.
hands Lars the cloak if he wants it. Always like holds it.
I am fine, Edelweiss. I am much more used to the cold after being here for a while.
Cold in the tunnels, but you know.
Actually, the
They're
tunnels
just-
aren't as cold as the outside.
Yeah.
Mm.
They're warm.
Yeah, and it's currently a nice, comfortable 3 degrees Celsius outside.
Wow.
That's like, what, 20 degrees Fahrenheit?
Yeah.
You
no,
see
not quite.
kind of a slight disappointed look, but it's just gonna they just turn away quickly.
What is 3 Celsius to Fahrenheit? 37. All
so
right,
that's- yeah,
wow, it's
literally-
above freezing.
Yeah, it's above.
Yeah.
Yeah, freezing is 0,
37.4
Kyle.
is yeah, I know, but I wanted to know how far above freezing.
Yeah, not a whole heck of a lot.
Yeah, 37 is warm. What is
Yeah.
this?
Yeah,
How
it is. Not too much cloud cover, bright sun.
Clear skies, nice.
Well, yeah.
When Lars goes outside, he'll like sort of stand in the sun for a moment and just let him feel the sunlight on him for once, because he hasn't took time to do that in a long time.
What's DM? If Kenna like looks around the landscape, can she see any valleys to try and gauge altitude, or what does it feel like she'll be able to tell? Kind of, at least rounded to like what kind of 1,000 level altitude we're at.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, you roll a heckin' good survival check. To be honest with you, I'm not entirely certain what the altitude is. That's a really great question.
We're decently high. Like we're decently high into the mountains, aren't we? No, at this point.
Yeah, you guys are
Uh,
a good
it-
way up there.
Comparatively, I don't know. Back when I made that map of this area, this region, the technical range that we're over the fortress is wasn't super high up. It was like around like between 6 to 8 on average.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
6,000 to 8,000 on average.
You guys are probably about halfway up. So let's just
Okay.
go with round numbers. You're about 3,000
7.
feet up.
Okay. Oh, I definitely didn't mean peak. I meant like average altitude for like the fortress would have been in there. So are we above the fortress or below it?
Oh, you are well above the fortress.
Okay. Yeah. So yeah, I'd say like 7, which is also not very high. That's like that's like normal. That's like normal Idaho altitude. Okay. Walks outside. Just don't get sunburned. It may be cold, but it will still hurt. I started hiking, I guess. I don't know what you want me to
No, that's
start
right.
heading towards the
Can we see it from here?
it. No,
Okay, sure.
you guys are surrounded by rocky terrain on all sides, and you're basically following through a narrow cut path.
All right. Follow behind Kenna.
I just want one more survival.
Yep.
check.
Yikes.
I put the plant away. Maybe this time I can roll better.
That's away.
I put the plant away.
Oh,
No, I
no.
did. The plant was what cursed me. I just rolled 19.
I rolled a 9, so plus 7 is 16.
That's still pretty. Good.
19 plus 6 is 20. It's 5.
There you go.
I can do math.
You can do math.
Yay!
All right. Like I said, that wasn't nearly as bad as I thought people were making me think. I mean, easily between the two of you and your, keen awareness of the area, and Gwen's sharp senses, you follow this path, kind of choosing various areas to forge on ahead and having to climb over a couple of some of the various higher planes of rock to reach the spot that you're going to need. You do eventually, after about another hour hiking out here, see below the trail that the two individuals that explored where the meteor was, the original trail you used to snake your way along to arrive at the meteorite. Quickly realizing that you are elevated above where it crash landed. Eventually arriving upon a jagged cliff that you can see down below, about 50 or 60 feet or so, where the meteor has slammed into the face of the mountain.
I see the trail that Lars and I took first time we found it. Everybody take a look and see if we can find anything that will help us get down, or make sure that it's safe to do so. I don't want to try and climb down and be, ambushed by something.
Fair. Can I do a perception check? See around, see if there's anything that might harm us or help us?
Sure.
Likewise.
Redneck Nikolai,
Two.
let's go.
Oh, natural 20!
Oh, natural 22!
Oh, yes! It's the werewolf. It's the... Oh, I got a good sniffer.
It's a 30. He got a 30. He can't
I got
have that owl.
I got a 23. Yeah, I'm not trying to. I'm just excited that we got it.
No, those are both good.
Just internet high five. Bang.
That 30, good?
So a couple of things you guys can just sort of take notes of. The cliff that you're currently on, you could scale down if you had some climbing equipment. You would basically want to be able to anchor a couple of points in place. Otherwise, if a strong gust were to come by, you could get into some serious trouble. Otherwise, the best bet, and Nikolai, you kind of notice it. You're the only one that notices it. It's very much tucked away. There's actually a small area where it looks like some larger stones have fallen down from a higher point and blocked off a small path that once you sort of just psychically push them out of your way, you continue to follow, and it wraps around the back of this cliff face where the meteorite struck, and it takes you lower down where there is a slope that's only about 30 feet down from where it is, and would be much easier to descend.
Hey, over here. I found a nice place to get down from.
Lars will
We'll lead them down it.
Lars will sort of like just say, I'll stay back and overwatch. Just tell me when you are going. I'll keep a watch over the area, because we're still in the realm of the blood crystals. I want to make sure if I see them first, I can let you know, and I'll be in an advantageous position if so. If we do see them.
Fair.
I'll stay up here with him.
All right.
I don't. You and Gwen are the strongest. Even if I can have its weight, it's still probably going to be heavy. So I'm gonna need the two strongest members. Just saying. But can't hurt to go check if I can move it. No.
If anything, I could
stay up here until you need me. Then. And otherwise, we'll stay with us.
Okay.
Of course.
Fair enough.
In which case, two of you are going down. And I would like from either of you, either an athletics check or an acrobatics check, just to see, how safely you managed to get down. DC is pretty low.
Oh. Ooh.
Okay.
Psychic rudder.
17 plus 7.
Eh.
A big number.
24.
Okay. both of you managed to get it down without
13.
too much issue. DC was a 10. Given that you found the safer way down.
Oh, hey!
Yeah, it's easy enough with just a little bit of diligence about keeping an eye where you're going and making sure you don't, find or hit any loose packs of stone where you might just lose control of your momentum. But you eventually both land down in the small landing site where the meteor has carved a path into the mountain. And sitting beyond, in its unusual lime green color, is the Dandelight meteor.
Go over. Anything near here now that we're a little bit farther in? Anything, one, that Nikolai catches with his mind sight, any crystals. Good to be careful with that.
Your mind sight picks up nothing.
Okay. Well, you ready to see if we can move this thing?
I'll give it my all.
Okay. Well,
I don't know how long it took for them to
Just
get down
within
there, Dyer,
30
but
feet.
A couple minutes.
that whole time Kenna would be trying to make a nest for Lars.
Okay. For the sake of, good congruency, it took them about 10 minutes to get down.
Cool.
So by the time they're down there, Lars is good and comfy in a little small, house of stones.
Roll a stealth, Lars. Roll a stealth.
Advantage.
Yeah, Lars will say, I really need to learn how to do that, and I will roll my stealth. That's a 13 plus 10, I believe, so 23.
Pretty good. And that's not even good, but it's pretty good.
And that's not even good, yeah.
Hello.
Not even good, but where did Lars go?
Hello.
Boom, 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 boom.
And while I'm there, I am scanning the wilderness for any signs of anything out of the ordinary with regards to the blood creatures.
Sure. Give me a perception check.
This is one I want to really roll well on, should I say. Oh, that's not even on the board. I rolled another 13. What's my perception again? What's my perception?
I think it's a plus one.
Yeah, it's a plus 1, so it's 14.
You're quite high up. You have a good vantage point looking out into the, the dense forest below. You can even see off in the distance, the nearby town of Dayuryokt. And really, from this high up, everything seems pretty still. There's really no noticeable, raucous anything going on thereabouts that you can notice.
Have I seen any animals of any kind?
Make me a perception check.
Even mostly birds, but perception. What is that? That is not great. I think I have a +4 to it. I do have a +4. That's 11 total. I rolled 7.
Okay. You're not. You don't see anything now, but earlier, when you guys were hiking through the mountains, there you did see a flock of birds flying south.
Okay.
Okay.
I'll just tell Nikolai. If you don't see
mean
anything
Mordechai?
now, yeah, Mordechai. If you don't see anything, just always keep an eye out for the birds or for listening for them. When we found that crystal, I noticed that all wildlife had been vacant of the area. They knew to stay away from it.
Understood. But I feel like we are safe. The crystal hasn't reached this far.
Voice kind of stepping away from whatever is happening. Not too.
Team Meteor, What are your plans?
Firestorm.
No, no, no,
Team Audi.
no. It goes up 30 feet.
Mhm.
Uses anchor. Is it large or smaller? I should have checked. Is it large? Is the object
is-
large or small?
It is larger than large,
Larger
Yeah.
than life?
perhaps.
So no go then?
No.
Can you make it smaller?
I mean, he'll still. Is it? I can't remember. I can't remember if there are areas to move it. Like, wasn't it in a like a divot that it made in the wall and not on the ground?
Well, yeah, like
Mhm.
it's planted in the side of the mountain. And for the record,
I still can't.
you just staring at it, and they would have reported this to you last time you guys saw it. It's a 10-foot radius, so it's 20 feet across.
Big boy.
Yeah. Okay.
So it's pretty big.
Unfortunately, yeah, and that is what? Is it 10 by 10? No. Yeah, I don't think.
Is it as tall as it is wide,
Yes,
or is it slim but wide?
it is more or less circular.
Okay, so it's 20 by 20.
Mm-hmm.
That is
It's the size of my cabin.
Big
Wow.
meteor.
One big
Yeah, that's
boy.
a lot larger than I thought it was. I thought it was going to be like shark looking, so it was like thinner but wide.
Nope, it's a big one.
If Lars can like hear like the conversation of what's going on, Lars will turn to sort of while laid down, slightly look towards Kenner and say, perhaps he could see if Thrix can help him, maybe. Just a thought.
We could.
He was
that would be a thing for him to do. I'm not trying to bring that deity out as much as possible.
he was going to try it anyway. Like, is there a way you could like break it into smaller chunks via force? I'm not exactly that powerful right now, although I'm unsure how powerful you are right now.
Oh, what? Oh, no, you're not talking to me.
He's talking to Thrix. Sorry.
Just zoned out thinking about something.
Gwen just tries to respond. Nikolai does the one moment like he's on a cell phone. One second.
1 second.
You don't see the Bluetooth in the other ear.
Yeah.
When your mom is on the phone.
My powers right now are limited. But through you, I may act as a conduit and may be able to break this element before you.
Well, I guess it's good to know our limits now. So, well, you know, while we're not in a relatively dangerous area, so go ahead. Like,
What?
I see we're going with the what's the worst that could happen attitude. This is great. Love it.
Yeah.
And that's exactly why I'm up here still.
And we go from Nikolai was dead to now Gwen is dead.
Let me see.
Kenna did warn them about having a reflective property.
Did you?
Yep.
Did they remember that?
Force.
I
Apparently
mean,
they didn't, but
No,
they're
no,
about to.
I did, but I'm not the one being told about things.
I'm just wondering if, you know, deity powers. I don't know.
Yeah,
I
but
shot
it's not like you
something.
stopped and explained to him what exactly it is.
What?
He goes, "Oh, it's a big rock of metal." Well, I can probably break that.
Nikolai, what are you doing?
He's getting.
give me-
You can't tell. He's getting that force slam ready.
What do you have?
Before he rescinds control. By the way, I'm gonna let Thrick try and break it into smaller pieces so it'd be easier to move. By the way, yeah.
Did you
Just a warning. You might want to get back.
did you remember that it has like reflective power, like that they told us about that? Did you remember that it takes impacts that are
yes.
directed? Did you tell him that?
You just hear
assume
the voice in your head, Nikolai, go,
That would be valuable information to have shared.
I thought the deity of the moon, if like moons, I assumed. My mistake.
Before you try to have Thrick's Mario baseball this meteor.
This
Okay, now
element
that
does not hail from the moon. I am unfamiliar with it.
Oh, well, I guess let me explain a little bit of what that is. That is dandelight, a extremely rare material. It has a few interesting properties. One of which is any force it takes, it tends to refract back and reflect back. Sorry, reflect. As my friends up there have apparently tried before. So the breaking in part may not exactly go well, but if you could push it off the cliff to let gravity do its thing, maybe that could break it apart without us directly doing that.
it did fall from space.
I need only know your intention before I can act. What is the preferable outcome you desire, Nikolai?
For us to not get hurt is safety first. For us to not get hurt is the preferred. If we can also break it into smaller chunks, that would be good, because then we can move it, and that material is extremely useful. But if any outcome would end with us getting hurt, then it's probably...
Then it's okay. We
Maybe-
want it to happen anyways.
That's how we got started this morning.
Yep.
Sorry,
Yeah.
I didn't mean to break your character talking, but let's be real. We've never done. If we're gonna get hurt, let's not do it. It's just, can we mitigate this problem? Let's be real here. We all want the meteor, okay? Some injuries may happen.
I mean that
You all
has been
made
our doctrine about battles thus far. Hey, as long as none of us die, it's okay.
We want the dandelight, but at what cost?
everything.
Another Nikolai brain smushing. That's the cost.
This time with a rock.
If safety is a concern, Nikolai, I would ask that you have Gwen remove herself from the area.
Ah.
I'll just
Well-
I'll go. I didn't hear any of that. I can't say anything.
No. So Thrix says if safety is a concern, you might want to back up and get out of the area.
How far?
How far?
Just stand where Nikolai's standing.
Ideally, out of the way of the meteor and away from the cliff where we'll be moving.
He transfers that. Probably with like a tree in the way or something, or like a mountain. You could also go back up there. With
Yeah, but say back up on the cliff is an option.
Yeah, I'll just
Yeah.
clamber back up there.
When Lars sees Gwen coming back, like he'll say like, "What? Are you just gonna leave him, sir?"
I'll figure it out. They're working on something together, the two of them. So I'm just gonna sit back and watch and maybe not get clobbered by a piece of rock.
Why am I getting headaches about this?
I honestly,
Let him-
because
Please undo.
yeah, it
If he
takes.
gets crushed, it's a self-fixing problem.
Yeah, pretty much at this point, I can't bite him again. He'll be fine.
That's the spirit.
Wait, has the group now just suddenly just gone, you know what, Nikolai's Nikolai, he's gonna do what he does.
Yes.
And that's it.
Clearly.
We finally had enough.
Lars, I have tried to have an intervention with him several times.
Never worked. All it did was
Never
resolve
worked.
what happened this morning.
If I start hearing fucking popcorn be popped up there and you guys watch like that.
We've got a fantastic
Kenna,
view.
quick,
We're all just
start the
watching
fire.
I've got
I
the
do
corn.
make a produce flame and hold it small in my hand just to do some heat.
Yeah. That being said, I have to run in the restroom really quick. So if anyone else wants to do the same, just like take like 2 minutes and we'll be right back and finish this. Or start this.
Alright, I'm gonna go hang up these
Roll
bees.
initiative.
Cut off this
Smash
plant.
this rock!
Let's
Oh
be
my
real.
God.
Asking about safety, Nikolai, is so not in character. Come on now.
I don't know.
Yeah.
What
What
are
are
you?
you,
He had a little bit of a change of heart after he fucking died.
Yeah, I was gonna say that. I was gonna say
We're
that
really
maybe-
tired from today. The emotional energy, it does just not exist anymore.
I'm fine.
I'm fine.
He wants to see what his new voice in his head can do.
His new bromance? Yeah, we know.
Oh god. I can't believe you're
It's-
dating that.
I'm sorry.
It's thick a lie.
No, otherwise, I cannot believe you said Thricocoli or something like
I
that.
just Fickleye. I didn't even say anything about Frick. So you just wrote Fickleye, and then I put Fickleye.
Yep.
No, you didn't. It was Thickocoli.
No?
No, I said Thrix a lie.
No, it is thick. Oh no, I see. It is thick.
Okay.
Yeah.
TH.
There. Happy?
No, we know what you originally put.
I don't give a fuck. I don't have anything to lose anymore. I've lost every single bridge in this game so far. I have nothing left to lose but my life, which I will not lose. Thank you.
It's okay.
Oh,
I'm
It
just
is-
saying,
it
Nikolai,
is
you're the
not.
kind of
yeah.
Nikolai's got that personality where you would make a deal with a. What was my joke again? You would make a deal with a.
I would make a deal with a lich if it improved
A
city
lich.
sanitation.
Yeah, that's not gonna change just because you got brain smushed, bro. That's
No,
gonna stay the
But
same.
I'm gonna tell you, when I was going through that, I'm like, holy fucking shit! I didn't even mean for this character to be like that, but it's true.
Yeah.
It's the way you play, my dude.
And to be honest, it's provided us with a lot of entertainment so far.
Look, I'm just saying, if we can get the Dandelight, that's really good.
In character, we loathe Nikolai, but out of character, we fucking love Nikolai.
Oh. I'm standing right here being like, haha, you guys got like things you can do. This is my mood right now. Seriously though, what's a practical skill I have? Please direct me at it. I would like to know.
Can you give improved perception?
I don't think anyone wants me around them at the moment, but yes, I can.
That's not true.
I can, and I've done the guidance a ton of times. I don't think I wanna.
I think most of your skills are going to be more
Exactly.
in turn when we're in a city or in
Yes.
some kind of populated area.
Exactly. So I'm pretty useless now.
But that's
I'm just saying this because I feel like I could be doing more, but I'm like I really can't. I don't.
I mean, that's fine. I'm going to be useless inside a city unless we have to kill somebody or burn something down.
Well, you got us kicked out. Oh no, it was when you got us kicked out of the town.
I didn't get kicked out
We
of
kind
nowhere.
of like-
I was kicked out of town. The rest of you were fine.
Quinn was also kind of on the red.
They
You
would
kinda
have
get us
gotten
kicked
around
out. Okay,
to
you
it.
got us kicked out of the town. So as long as we get kicked out of towns, I can't do anything.
No one was kicked out. The guard guy literally said, I don't have a problem with any of you being in town, except she can't be.
Yes, but we
That was
gotta
it.
follow. Well, we're a group, so we went together.
No,
Look,
that's
as long as no loudmouth huskies come running through the
Listen. Listen.
Excuse me?
No one
You ever,
figures
met
it
a,
out.
you ever met a husky that's not loudmouth? Clearly you don't know huskies.
No, I know huskies, which is why I love saying loudmouth huskies, because that is literally just huskies. But
That is all huskies. So.
Huskies have opinion on everything.
Yes, they do. And they respond to everything.
Very good dogs.
Just don't. Just as long as y'all are okay that I can't really do much right now,
Oh,
that's fine.
I
In
totally
character,
forgot.
you won't be, but like out of character.
well, I guess Dyer, you back?
I am.
You heard
let's,
nothing.
let's hit this thing. Woo!
Yeah. So, Gwen, where's Gwen going?
I went back up the hillside.
Okay.
This time, if he gets mulched, I'll do my best.
That's fine.
Yeah, fair enough.
only
Nikolai,
do
how
so
many
much.
side points do you have?
Oh, we're going this route.
One.
You have one right now?
Like unless me getting revived brought back a bunch of points or anything like that.
No.
My identify was my yeah.
Okay.
Oh yeah, because
well-
pulling the orb out of the bag, he prepared like a bunch of things using
Yeah,
his
so
side points.
subtract the 1 point, because I'm going to eat it.
Okay.
Just so you know, yeah. Side points you have, you no longer have. How many hit dice do you have?
Oh no. 5.
Okay, subtract 4.
Ooh.
That's okay. Well, oh, by the way, what health am I at?
1.
Ooh.
Oh.
Oh.
Yeah,
Okay.
Yeah, y'all didn't stop for like a short rest.
I didn't think.
He said he was
okay.
fine.
Can I
Yeah, he
retcon
said he was
from-
fine.
Yeah.
I did.
No, like
No.
yeah, he wasn't dead. That's what I thought. That's what I'm saying.
No, like the thing is that like him saying he's fine was not wrong because he didn't feel any pain because that's what that question was about.
You know what? I'm not retconning anything. He walked out there wholeheartedly knowing he had 1 fucking hit point. He
I
deserves
literally
this.
said maybe this guy needs medical attention. No one did anything.
Well, no. If he's a Lycan, maybe would he regenerate over time?
Not
only
at his
discussed
not at
that.
his current stage. No,
Yeah.
he is not Gwen,
He's baby Lycan.
who is like shoulder deep into that whole problem. Whereas Nikolai's just got his toe in. There's a big difference.
I'm keeping my spell slots to myself right now. If he goes down to
Are you-
0, he goes down to 0.
What is he?
What?
Nothing.
Okay. Well, so subtract your hit dice. Now that we're done with that, so 4.
Oof.
Gwen is climbing her way back up, and once she is cleared, you will hear Thrick speak in your mind once more, Nikolai.
Do I have your permission to take control once again?
Yes, go ahead, but please bear in mind my survival is your survival right now. Thank you.
I have no intent of bringing harm to you, only in doing what you have asked of me. Using my powers will weaken your body some, but you will be fine.
That's a common occurrence with me. I'm used to it.
Oh, now he's ready. In which case, Nikolai, you feel yourself pushed back into a passenger seat in your consciousness, with Thrix taking over. Your Scalara turn black, your iris and your cornea now turn completely silver, and he reaches out with both hands, standing just off to the side of where the meteorite is. And everyone begins to feel slight tremors kind of rumbling through the mountainside. Very subtle. And then after about a moment where Nikolai, you can still feel, even though you're not in the driver's seat, you can still feel the physical exhaustion that you are bearing as he's channeling this power through you. It's actually, honestly, it's very akin to what it was like being partially crushed by the power of the sphere. But this time, instead of it weighing down on you, it is being conjured and channeled through you.
Interesting.
And after a couple of seconds, you see the meteorite slowly begin to turn, just like a quarter of an inch at a time. And then it gets pulled out, and it slowly begins to roll. And then very carefully, Nickelthrix? What did we decide on? Thrixali?
Thrixali.
Thrixali? Thrixali.
Thickalai. What? Sorry.
Thrixali begins rolling it towards him, steps out of the way, and then with both hands still directed at the meteorite, guiding it, it rolls closer to the edge, and then eventually just rolls off and then out of sight. And Nikolai, you are pushed back to the forefront.
The task is complete. I apologize for the exhaustion that you may be feeling at this point, but in order for me to use some of my power, I had to use some of your own.
No, that's okay. Seeing that you can do that, there may be, when you do regain a little bit of your power, I wonder if you can alter some of my abilities to be more like that.
I am uncertain. It's not within my normal area of ability to enhance those that have similar powers. But I will indeed be open-minded to the possibilities once I have regained some of my strength.
Yeah. So what state is the meteor in now?
Well, if you walk up to the edge of the cliff, Nikolai, and you look out below the cliff, you see that the meteorite rolled, gained a bunch of speed, and has plowed through several dozen trees, and it looks like it has come to a stop, I don't know, about 1,000 feet that way, away from the mountain.
Any pieces broke off?
Make a perception check.
That's not a good roll.
17 is fine. It's not good for you, but a 17 is fine. Looking at it, you don't see any pieces. No.
Damn.
With the tremor that happened and the obvious noise going off, Lars would he would be more attentive about what's going on in the forest and seeing if there's anything that we've sort of, awakened in the forest, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, after you put your popcorn down, you can make a perception check.
Gwen goes ahead to make her way back down the cliff face towards Nikolai.
Sure thing, boss.
I am going to re-roll that because that is not good.
Time we follow?
That's much better. That is 16 plus 1, 17. I am down a point.
It honestly looks like the forest remains mostly undisturbed. Off in the distance, a bit southward, you do see a small fluttering of birds having been scared out of the trees.
Is that in the direction of where we encountered the crystal forces?
Well, the big crystal was much further north, and the force spirit fight was much further east. More directly south of you is closer to the fort.
Lars will just point out, and he'll just say, that tremor was kind of felt and obviously a rolling 20-foot boulder like that would alert anything to our presence. I did see a flock of birds to the north flee, but apart from that, I feel like it's safe for now. We best get moving. So.
You're right. Those birds probably fled though from the 20-foot boulder. It's not every day that those things kind of just come out of the sky.
Yeah, Lars will get up and prepare himself to go down and meet with Nikolai.
Time to get down.
Time to go down.
For those of you
I think that's
descending,
mean.
acrobatics or athletics check, please. You have to beat a 10.
Well, that's a 14 without even. So yeah.
You're
Yeah,
Dirty
I rolled
20.
a 13 without checking.
Dirty
I'm
20.
re-rolling this. That's much better, thank you.
You mean you don't want to tumble ass over tea kettle off of the cliff?
No.
Okay.
But that's so fun.
Yeah. All of you descend safely. Edelweiss having a small scare where one of their hose catches a rock and they kind of trip, but they recover themselves and make it down safe.
I don't have to take care of myself. Yeah.
When Lars goes to meet Nikolai, he'll say like, "Well, we saw that you moved it. Well, not you, sorry. Your friend moved it, but did it break? It went out of my line of vision."
Lars, before you get an answer, you do notice that Nikolai's corneas, the color of his eyes, have stayed silver.
Corny.
Did I get that right?
Irises.
Iris.
Yeah,
I said it correct earlier. Never mind.
Lars
Iris.
is the statement is not changing.
Yes.
Your eyes there.
Oh,
Silver. Green.
cool. I guess I don't.
I wouldn't get too comfortable with such things, but I guess that's a side effect.
I can see a lot better, so I only assumed.
Something that is good for you might not be good for you in the long run. Just saying.
Too much of a good thing.
As much as you have this newfound power, it might not be wise to use it for rudimentary things such as this. But then
Having a
again,
god inside of you never goes out well.
I was just
offense.
pushing the limit to see what can and can't do safely. He air quotes around it safely. And it's not much to bear. He points. Nothing broke off.
that is a shame.
Mm.
So what? We've rolled it 1,000 feet. How much more do we need to roll it to get it back to Dayakyacht?
Miles.
It was never going to be an easy task.
It's an average of
guess-
about a day's hike from the fort to back to the town. So imagine trying to roll a giant meteor doing that.
What if we rolled it to where Kalina is? Kalina will not only be able to look over, watch over it, but obviously no one else will get to it because she can protect the area. And if we go and see her, she might have gained more of her powers back.
It's a good place to stop. They'll just died
It is a good
earlier,
place to
so
Yeah, that is a very good point, Edelweiss.
It would also be pretty exhausting rolling that.
Well, let's keep rolling then to the forts, and if we feel like we're not gonna roll this thing any further.
we can try, but it's I guess now that it's off the mountain, we can use basic physics to try and take as much strain off of us as possible.
So we're going to push it?
Push it or ropes. I still don't know if we're capable.
For the
I don't
record,
think-
Entire group of
there are also trees between you and where it is right now. Like, just like there, it is not a flat plane between you and the fort.
It's going to be
Yeah.
difficult.
In order to
It's
get
gonna-
this to the fort, we would have to clear the trees out.
I think it's safe
And-
enough where it is.
Yeah.
Can I go ahead? I'm sorry.
I would rather not clear the trees out to take it in one chunk.
Yeah,
That is agreeable.
it's okay though. It was worth the test. It only took us a few hours to get here, so I guess.
Also, if we're not able to get it back, I don't think anyone randomly wandering will be able to either.
Well, at least
Also,
we've
we-
moved it the first 1,000 feet.
And also, we have moved it into some trees, so it's a little bit hidden. Although the carving through back there may reveal its position, but whatever. Not too many explorers will probably come out this way. That far, at least. But
Well, It's not useless. We've learned a bit more of what you can do with regards to tricks. We've learned a bit about the
His effects on
Thunderlight.
you.
We've scouted a bit further. If we feel like we're done here, then let's head back to support.
and meanwhile, try and contact my sister and see what information she has and what information I can give her. And then check in with Kalina. Because that would be good to know. It's been a few days.
Indeed. I hope she's well.
Okay, so give me a little bullet point list of first to next step.
What path were you doing? Through the fort and through the dwarf area, or down the?
Mm.
Yeah,
Mhm.
do it.
Going back to
Funnel
the
all the way down.
fort, resting up there, checking in with Kalina, and then heading back to Diak. No, we're not heading to Diak now because that's what we said we would. we would
Yeah.
probably
Well,
do.
let's just getting back to Kalina first because we're gonna do stuff there. So
Yeah, check in.
For the
and
tunnels
along the way, check in. Yeah, and check in with my sister along the way if it comes to that time.
yeah.
Well, yeah, but yeah, for the record, I mean, you can't contact her; she contacts you,
Yeah,
You're just
exactly.
waiting the call.
basically.
Oh.
waiting for the call.
Okay. Well, in which case, you guys will head back using the tunnels that you're familiar with. So at the lower part, you will double back through the area, finding the tunnel entrance. And you will begin heading back through mildly familiar tunnels. Still going to take survival checks.
I had a question, Dyer.
Yeah, what's up?
The meteor, when we left it, were there trees underneath it at all?
Were there trees underneath it?
Mm-hmm. Because it crushed through a
Yeah,
line of
it did.
trees to get
Yeah,
to work.
there are. It's basically caught up on a small rock rise, and some trees that it pinned against it.
I'm so curious. If the party wouldn't mind, before we left, Kenna has an idea and just wants to try something.
Worse.
To not draw it out, Dyer, I'm going to tell you what her idea is, and you can tell me if it's worth rolling for or if it's not going to work.
Sure.
So Kenna's idea is to try and see if normal rock splitting techniques work with it. Trying to utilize the reflective property it has. So she would want to set the trees underneath it on fire to try and provide some kind of fracture heat.
Right.
And then on top of it, above the fire, try to chisel like a straight line into it. So not like just wildly swinging at it,
Mhm.
but like finite cracking.
I mean, I'll tell you, it's not a crazy idea.
That's what she wants. That's what she would want
But
to do.
you guys now have to get to it to actually try that.
Mm-hmm.
You know, now it's down off the mountain and quite a bit of yardage away.
How far did it fall before slamming 1,000 feet out into a tree?
Honestly, a good distance. I don't know the number off the top of my head.
Okay.
Some 1,000+ feet.
From
Is it like a straight cliff face?
Yeah.
For just a quick question, if hypothetically, like, they went down there and obviously, you know, set fire to the trees to do that, would Lars's would the dugout that Kenna provided, would that be a good lookout for Lars to not only use his weapon but also like keep a good lookout as well?
It's quite a distance away. You would not be able to see the finer details of things moving about. You could reliably keep a track of like large and bigger creatures, but if there are medium or small sized creatures sneaking around in the woods, you'll never see them from that distance.
Alright, well, Lars will like, I'm happy to keep overwatch over a higher area, but I'm afraid the place back there will not be good enough.
Kenna just looks to the group, kind of cracks knuckles. It may not have worked initially, but I hate the idea of coming out here trying to do something and the time it doesn't work. After its first go, we just give up and run back to shelter. That's boring. And then I will wild shape into a mountain goat. Or I will I will scout shape. I will scout shape into a mountain goat.
Mm-hmm.
And use my sure footing as much as possible to find a path down.
Okay, so you guys aren't going to try to use the Druid tunnels.
I'm just trying to get to the meteor.
I know.
Go to the meteor then.
I'm basically asking, do you guys try to hike your way down from the mountain, or do you try to use the Druid tunnels to take you back down to ground level?
Druid tunnels. We know what's safe.
This is on you guys to decide.
I mean, if it's open, because
I am saying
close the door.
From this position, you guys have before gone to the Druid tunnels, because you recall they were the Druid tunnel where Nikolai nearly froze to death, because he loves having dramatic almost deaths in all of these tunnels. And then you guys descended, and that's where you found the fork that led you to the Dwarven Fortress, but also the exit nearest there spit you right out on the ground level.
I see.
So you guys do know a definitive path that with enough time will get you down there versus hiking.
I mean,
yeah, but 1,000 feet, that's way more than 1,000 feet, and way longer. 1,000 feet's not that far. If it fell off this cliff that we could stand at and it shot 1,000 feet out into a tree, or through trees.
What does the hike down look like?
So,
For those of us who don't have goat feet.
What is the what?
What's the hike down look like for those of us who don't have goat feet?
Well, right now, you're standing at a sheer cliff face. Otherwise, you are still hiking backwards. You guys are going to hike back up from the way you guys just scouted out from above and trying to find a way west and then down, or you're taking the pathways back past the entrance to the Druid tunnels, through the frozen lake area, through the sheer cliff face with the various cliff levels, and then climbing back down from there. You guys have been up to this position before, and you know at least 2 ways down from it.
Druid tunnels. We also have the boy who's very tired. Druid tunnels.
Wait, did I get any actual exhaustion levels off of that?
Nope. If you ask him to do something like that today again, you will.
Yeah, fair enough.
Fine. We'll use the Druid tunnels. I just didn't see why there were only 2 ways to go when we can look down this cliff and see the meteor.
I mean, if you want to try to climb down the cliff, you're more than welcome to.
I mean, I was going to as a goat.
Yeah, that would go well for one of us.
Well, I disagree. I don't think a goat can climb down sheer cliff face.
Yeah, the place is up.
I mean,
unless you know more things about goats than me.
Yeah,
Oh,
we can climb really.
Okay,
I look up an ibex, and I mean, an ibex is basically a mountain goat. They're very similar, and they clear basically sheer dam walls.
Yeah, like a good. Yeah, pretty much. But the rest of us wouldn't be so handy.
But yeah, the
so-
rest of you
Yeah.
would be screwed.
Basically.
I don't have any sight points either, so I can't like fly or anything like that.
We'll do tunnels. It's already like 10 a.m.
It's a little late.
Day's basically over.
11.
It's
Then
1.
it's 12. Oh, 1. Okay, yeah.
It is
Oh.
1 p.m. currently.
Yep.
Taking the
Time.
taking the druid, so hiking back, taking the druid tunnels back to surface level will be like another 3 or 4 hours.
Ooh.
We have time.
Plenty of time.
Easy way.
Well, given that it's all pretty benign, you guys, we will just happily fast travel through most of the walking. And have you exiting the entrance at the one druid's rest stop at the base of this particular stretch of mountains. The sun is beginning to set. But you can see a little ways south of you the path of destruction the meteor caused as it rolled through.
Well, if we're gonna have to do it, we're gonna have to do it quick because we're running out of light. So let's get to it.
Yeah. I mean, if her plan involves fire, we can still, at least once we get started, we can still stay out because the fire will provide a decent chunk of light.
My worry, Nikolai, is what we might aggravate in the forest.
Oh. I mean,
And
Yeah.
being at night like last time, I can't see very far. So
I'd like to say that if there is even just one crystal infected animal, then this will definitely be seen.
start moving towards the boulder.
Yeah, I'm still going with plan.
first we gotta see if it works.
Heading towards
Anyone
the...
going-
Well, I mean, we'll deal with it when we get there. Heading towards the boulder.
Gwen wouldn't know what sharks are, but this is sort of like one of those shark-infested water situations. It's not infested; they live there. Except in this case, it's a parasitic blood crystal.
This,
Yeah, not
it would
wrong.
And I'm not wrong, yeah.
infested. It would be infested though.
But we can't de-infest it.
There is no. There's
I
no
mean-
shark-
pocket nuke.
You could.
Yeah.
You guys could. You're just... You guys don't want to press that particular red button.
Yeah, pocket nukes.
Okay. So you guys will begin your hike. It doesn't take you very long to get there. Especially since, again, it carved a nice convenient path for you to sort of follow that's more or less partially evened out some of the uneven terrain. And you find the meteorite crammed into a small rise, with several trees just decimated in its wake.
Lars will look for a slight like a bit that's slightly overlooking. Like if it's like rolling, he'll look for a higher place, like 200-300 yards away, and go and stealth over there. And we'll keep a watch out.
Okay.
And he'll let them know.
The only issue is that I mean, other than the trees it's destroyed, everything else is pretty dense dense forest. So there will be a lot of cover between you and them that enemies would be able to take advantage of.
Well, I'll say this. He'll go 300. He'll go 200-300 yards up the the line of destruction that it's made, so he can
Yep.
see the party. And that's his like overwatch of the party. So if anything does attack, he can like shoot from there,
Okay. Sure.
and he'll let
For
the
me.
party know. Keeping my eyes and ears open with Posh, with me.
But back to the usual warning. Sun is setting. Vision is getting very limited very quick.
Well, once I see the fire go up, it should be all right.
Right. So, Multahine is staying behind, getting a nice, comfortable position to keep an eye on you guys. I'm assuming the rest of you are going to forge onward.
Yep.
Mhm.
Follow kind of with her plan.
Previously mentioned, you find the meteorite wedged into, again, a slight rise, with several dozen trees that it's sort of just destroyed in the path on the way there.
How many trees are underneath it?
Let's roll the dice. 5.
Okay. It's going to take some time for the fires to fully build, but she'll actually ignite all 5.
Okay.
Because radial heat will also increase pinpoint heat.
Nikolai, go over to Kenna. If you need more, there is a path that they carved through. Probably smaller bits of wood that us 3 can start gathering and adding.
We will need more. We will need most of the downed wood that will be movable. At least easily. No reason to throw your back out for it.
Do you see in the dark, Nikolai, or is it still the same as before?
He'll look out. What does it look like to him? Because I know.
Well, yeah, it honestly looks almost as if it were day. Everything is in clear definition, but everything is in shades of black and white.
Is that how it looks for me?
No, you have what I would call more typical predator night vision, which is you imagine like shades of green.
Okay.
Gwen starts out some firewood.
I can see actually quite far. This
How
is new.
far can you? Let me test something. If Nikolai doesn't mind, I will stand like beside him.
Oh, yeah. Go ahead.
And I will shoot an Eldritch Blast, whatever straight line has no trees.
Okay.
Which is 120 feet until it fizzles out. So, did you see it fizzle, or?
Yes, I saw it fizzle. I saw.
Did you see it further?
Yes, I saw much further than the fizzle.
Yo, we need to
I
get moving on
see.
this.
Yes.
Kenna's already doing it.
Ken
Yeah, I
and Gwen
know.
are just
I
off
only
like gathering
want
wood.
to
Oh, I
He's-
didn't gather wood. I lit those trees on fire, and I'm staying for them to be burned so I can start chiseling.
Yeah, Gwen's trying to help.
Ooh,
She's off
what
gathering
hap-
wood.
What happens
just-
when Kenna goes to climb on it?
Oh no.
I mean, nothing in particular.
Okay.
Don't stomp on it.
Look, just had to check. Okay.
No, it's a fair question. Yeah, no, it doesn't have any. It's not so sensitive that your foot touching it makes your foot spring back.
Yeah. And she'll even control flames on the trees, the 5 trees,
Mhm.
to try and help them along. She doesn't want to make the flames any more intense because she wants the heat to be continual and to make embers. She doesn't want to burn the fuel up faster. She just wants to spread it down the tree more so that it will start to catch even quicker on its own.
I only wanted to see.
I know.
Have any ability like that?
Well,
Gwen
let's
comes
get
marching
this-
back with a log over her shoulder.
Just like
Yeah.
Gwen carrying a whole ass tree. At some point, she took off like all of her armor and tore off her sleeves. Just
Excuse you, she flexed them all.
oh, excuse me. Right. That's what that random splitting sound was earlier. Gotcha.
No, I thought it was like the wood breaking underneath the fire. No.
And yes, now I'm picking up stuff. Not heavy stuff, but I'm picking up stuff.
Nick
And
would
like,
also be doing that. He'd be where he could. He'd be using his kinetic slam to break it into smaller pieces so it can become denser.
sure.
Looking at these two who can actually carry a bunch of stuff when I can only like whatever is in my hand. It's like
And Gwen would help Kenna in any other ways that she needed, but she would need some direction. This is not her area of expertise.
Well, the fires grow rapidly.
Mm-hmm.
Kenna, even perhaps a little faster than you thought.
Sorry, what was that?
I just mentioned that the fires grow quite rapidly, more rapidly than even you think is reasonable.
Okay. Can I tell if it's an effect of the meteor's properties?
I mean, with what
'Cause
you
if
know
it's
about it,
spreading faster than reasonable, she's gonna start trying to figure out what's making it, spring forward real fast.
I mean, just make a nature check then.
Unless these are really, really sappy boys.
Real sad.
Sticky boys.
Yeah, tree sap burns well
Druidic nape.
and fast, basically.
Oh my god.
You said nature?
Nature.
Okay. 17.
Okay. You don't fully understand the properties of Dandelight, in so much that you understand the basic property, but you're not sure how it exactly interacts with the rest of the world. There is a chance that it might not. This particular metal might not respond to heat in the traditional way metal does. In which case, if its property can reflect energy that is being put upon it, it might just be pushing the heat back into the fire.
Mm-hmm. Well, still gonna give it a shot.
Mm-hmm.
Get the flame going. This is just gonna end horribly, but it didn't come here to back away.
how do
So
I
she
say
gets
that?
out.
Say a safe distance, by the way.
She gets out, her miner's pick.
Mhm.
Puts the rest of her bag down, let's say 100 feet away,
Mm-hmm.
and then goes to do I want to do this? Where's my last thing at? All right, we'll breathe in and then exhale, and then while she does, I'm going to use one of my wild shapes to do wildfire soul.
Okay.
And as I exhale steam, I just kind of exhale some steam, and the flames that are around the trees that are around Kenna will start to wreath across the ground, and then we'll wreath up her body. And when they dissipate, the fire is kind of staying around her armor.
Mhm.
And her eyes have gone both red. There is no blue. And then there's kind of this liveliness in her hair that you can't quite see, but there seems to be like if there was like more heat winds going on from the flames than just natural wind. And then she'll go to climb the flaming logs up to the Dandelight on top with her miner's pick.
Mm-hmm.
And then instead of swinging wildly like she did last time with Pyrebrand or a sledgehammer, she'll take it and start to just try to chisel a line gently initially to try and see if there's a reaction before trying to slam a pick anywhere.
Okay.
Giving like little scratches, you know what I mean, like trying to get some kind of groove on the top.
You are unsuccessful in creating a groove.
Does it seem like there's any discoloration from fire?
None that you can notice. It doesn't even look like the metal is heating.
Yeah.
I have a question.
There's fire emanating from me. If I go to touch it, what does it feel like?
Fire is emanating from you. Touching it, I mean, other than your ambient temperature being high, because, well, you're literally an embodiment of fire currently. Touching it, it feels cool.
I have a question.
Sure, ask away.
I have some friends who were big into smithing and mining and what have you. Would I have heard from them any about, this is a stretch, any about how this metal is typically not like moved and portioned out into arms and armor?
Basically processing. And
Yes,
you're
there we
asking
go.
for second-hand knowledge from people. All right, I mean, just make a history check, I suppose.
The only guy who's here who would know isn't here.
Yeah, but he also doesn't know, given that he rolled well to identify it and still didn't know how to process it. He's not a smith.
Shh, it's fine. It's fine.
I know a guy.
That's a thing.
12.
You have no idea.
Nope.
Nope.
Nope. Didn't think so.
And upon observing Kenna sort of slowly work and prepare for this, it looks like it doesn't really follow most of the standard rules for metalwork.
Which are?
Well, it's under a really well-sustained and maintained fire, and its coloration isn't changing.
Mm-hmm.
It's not heating.
Ah. Gotcha. I'm sorry, there's a dog. It's okay, buddy.
There is a dog.
You just hear Kenna yell out, "Oh, I hate space metal," and just goes to slam the meteor with her pickaxe.
Sure.
Oh,
Make an attack roll.
no. I hate space metal.
Space metal.
Space!
Oh my god. That's stupid. That's so dumb. Just a regular attack
Yeah.
with like it's just a strength mod.
Strength, yeah.
Okay, it is a all right. 23.
Oh, wow. That's really good.
Sounding like Napoleon Dynamite with the
Yeah.
I hate space metal.
I rolled an 18, but proficiency bonus and strength's a 5, so 23.
Mhm. I mean, you strike the meteorite, and then I need you to make a strength saving throw.
Yep. Yeah, fling me. Fling me.
Go get it. Someone making questionable choices. That's what we do.
Oh, that is not good.
Yeah.
I rolled a
Cool,
20
cool.
for my, I rolled a natural 20 for my perception of this event.
Oh, yeah, you can see it.
Yeah.
I
Y'all
don't have
ready
to,
for
I-
this?
Witness me.
Ready for this? Total?
Yeah.
I hate this. Is the first time this has happened to me. I got a total 6.
Ooh.
Oh.
Wow.
Wow.
Okay, Kenna, what's your strength score? Just the
14.
14.
Like everything else of mine.
Right. I figured as much.
Like everything
Okay.
else.
Because I needed that to calculate how far it flung you.
Yep.
So Kenna,
Oh yeah, let's go.
you bellow out your distaste for space metals, and the pickaxe connects. And there was a moment where Gwen and Nikolai, you guys see as there's an invisible ripple of energy that ricochets from the top of the meteorite down to the bottom, where you see just this cast out of ash and cinder from beneath, where it just like woof, like there's a sudden push of energy, and then you see it reverberate back up, and then Kenna just goes and is launched 70 feet into the woods.
Nikolai offers to share his popcorn with Gwen.
Gwen takes a bit and shoves it in her mouth before jogging off to make sure Kenna's alive.
He also runs off with her.
This is the most underwhelming amount of fall damage I think I've ever rolled for 70 feet. You take 13 points of fall damage.
I take 3 points of fall damage. Wildfire Soul, temporary HP.
There you go. I mean, yeah, so you just get catapulted through a bunch of trees, 70 feet away.
Stand up.
Just branches just stand up, just brush the snow. Actually, the snow just melts off of you. Yeah, you just get up going, hate space metal. Stupid extraterrestrial ore.
So,
funny thing, just because of the narrative there, as she's on her way back, you just see from the distance, well, Nikolai can see everything, and anyone who can't see at this point, but all y'all see is she like slams, kind of skids across the ground, gets up, sees all the snow is melting, just looks at the meteorite, and you just see a produce flame pop up in her hand. And as she walks back, she just starts throwing fireballs, basically, in the form of produce flame, just launching them at the meteor.
Nikolai and Gwen stop short and start eating popcorn again.
Out of pure anger.
Yeah, for the record, Kenneth's 1, Gwen is 2, Nikolai is 3.
oh no!
Oh no!
How many of these produce flames are you throwing? Just give me like a rough
Well,
number.
I can only throw them within 30 feet of me.
Yep.
So I'm throwing them without even able to hit the meteor.
Mm-hmm.
But let's see, 70 feet. Slowly walking. I'll go ahead and put myself at half speed.
Sure.
So 20, 40, 60, 80. Let's say 4.
Okay.
But we'll say 4 of them, but because it's at half speed, they're all control flamed to be bigger.
Oh, okay.
Sure. That's even better. Well, so the good news and bad news is I rolled 6 dice, but number 4 actually turned up to hit somebody, which is Gwen.
Oh no!
Yay!
So, Kyle, if you want to roll some produce flame damage against Gwen for a random fireball that just ricochets off the meteorite and is going to catch Gwen in the shoulder.
Colonel and Nikolai hand talk.
Oh, that's way too funny. That's way too funny. That's oh, I have to re-roll. Rolled the wrong die. I get to try and get bigger.
Oh boy.
I thought I was rolling d6s, but
No,
no,
they're
I'm rolling
D8s.
Yeah. Oh, and I rolled. Wait, that can't be right. I rolled 2d8.
Yeah, you're level
I'm
5.
level 5. Yeah. Okay.
Oh no! You would have killed me.
Anything would
13.
have killed you. You have
Wow.
13 points of fire damage.
Just shoulder lit on fire.
All the rest of the cards pop. Wow.
just sort of brushes it off. Actually, I want to make a strength check to see if I withstand the giant fireball hitting my shoulder.
Like
Or
whether or not
it
if it
bodies-
knocks you on your face.
Yeah, whether
Oh.
it bodies me or not.
Sure.
9.
Total?
Yeah,
Wow, I'm disappointed.
I know. I rolled
no,
a
yeah,
5.
it's gonna knock you off balance.
So we just stopped and we're eating popcorn
Mhm.
again, and then I'm on my ass.
Yeah. It's just like, because you're watching her like approach, just flinging these fireballs at it, some of which are just kind of like landing short or kind of curving off to the side, and then occasionally a handful that are missing, and you can hear the distinct sound of them striking the metal. It's like this weird hollow ringing, and you can see them like ricochet off into the sky, like twice as far as she was able to cast them. And then eventually you're just kind of turning to watch one, and you don't realize
look at
before it's
that.
too late, as right as it catches you in the shoulder.
Damn, look at that.
Wow.
Wow.
I like to think that Lars, like, watching all this is just like laid down, like rifle, like and just shaking his head next to a tree.
Nikolai, hopefully nearby a tree, quickly sidesteps behind the tree, breaking his line of sight with the meteor. Turns around to Gwen.
Yeah.
You okay?
Yeah, I'm fine. Just gotta catch my breath. Stands up slowly.
He'll use his telekinetics to pat out some embers that were on your shoulder.
Yeah. Quite the light show.
Kenna drops Wildfire's spirit while approaching to not burn her friends in an aura of fire, and not knowing that it hit Gwen. And after dropping Wildfire's soul, just gonna let the trees burn out and just kind of slowly walks towards Nikolai.
Gwen's got like cinders on her shoulder.
He like peeks out behind the tree.
Gwen, you have to like pat out like the cinders from your undershirt still on fire.
Just gotta like reach up under the armor and like
Mm-hmm.
work it out. You got a good arm on that, kid.
Oh, I thought of the best joke, but I don't want to die from psychic damage. Okay,
Inside your head
I
now,
have to
I can do
say
much
it.
worse.
What
yeah,
is it?
no, I
Say
have
it.
to. I have to say. Be careful with any of the wounds there, Gwen. They might become inflamed. Yeah.
Really?
Nikolai lasted no longer.
Don't worry.
Thanks, and
Now,
like the
anytime you
damage,
ask for Thrix's help, his abilities cost you one more resource.
Permanently.
I could feel the disdain from him.
Yeah, see, now I don't have to do it. Thrix just thinks your jokes are bad.
Oh.
He's
Bad
He's
jokes,
quietly judging you.
Stop playing with fire. God's sake.
That's like her entire thing, though. I mean,
No, but it did lend. So she just kind of like walks off while the trees stay burning. She's not going to put them out. No, but the fact that it didn't work actually, after flinging me through the air, did make me think of something.
Hmm.
I was asked why Thrix had cold properties, because he's from the stars. Well, if this is also from the same realms, it might actually be better to try and work it while it is frozen instead of trying to melt it. Freezing things can make them brittle. So if we're somehow able to make this be submitted to extreme temperatures of the other kind, we might be able to break it.
I mean, if we rest here, I maybe tomorrow, I could see about channeling some of his more cold abilities through me.
Well, we already have a nice campfire. I guess we could start using some of the extra wood to make shelters.
Yeah.
How far is the fort from here?
About an hour.
Hours. Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah, no.
We can walk it.
Honestly, not that far.
We've come this way before. We can also go back to the druid tunnels and just take that way.
An hour I think it would actually be longer to get to the fort through the druid tunnels. We can walk
It
an
is.
hour.
It is a little longer via the tunnels. It is, in fact, faster over land.
Kenna just goes, and I'm tired of using the tunnels, so we're not going to be using them.
Fair enough.
I'm down for a little bit of a walk. I don't have to worry about there not being light anymore. This is wonderful.
Fair enough.
Let's go see Kalina then, but this makes me a little better that we didn't just give up and try to leave right away.
No, we learned something.
Yep. And by the way, I do have to specify this. Thrix is of the moon, not of the stars. He actually didn't know what that was.
Okay.
They're
My
not the
teachings
same?
may have been a little off, but I'm pretty sure they are in the same realm.
I mean, if you're talking about space, yes. As for actual domains,
Where it's cold and void of most life, yes.
okay. There's a logic there. But yeah, he didn't know what that was. And he said his domain was only of the moon, so if it's not of the moon, he probably won't know it.
He doesn't need to know it. It's that substance comes from the same place as in space.
Yeah. Well, let's start going. We can see about that. Test your theory tomorrow.
No, if we wanted to get up early enough, we could test it this morning. Tomorrow morning.
Yeah.
Yep. Kenna will grab her stuff, her backpack that was 100 feet away, and start walking, and then notice the scorch mark on the clothing, the little burn mark, and be like, "Oh, I apologize," and then just keeps walking, ignoring the rest of it.
You know, that was a really good shot, by the way.
Yeah, it happens. Gwen whistles and tries to get Lars's attention.
Yeah, Lars gets up, like ushers Porsche, and if Edelweiss is with him, he'll sort of like
Yeah.
he'll gesture to them to go. You first.
Yeah. I go. I've been looking at my book, which I still don't have a name for, but that's what I've been doing on idle time after seeing the. Definitely someone got hit by fire. I can't see too well, but oof.
Well, you all reconvene and make your way back towards the fort. The travel there, you are left unmolested by anything that might be lurking nearby.
Ooh.
Always a start. Always a good thing.
Always a good start. And it is when you guys arrive and walk into the clearing that the fort occupies, you notice something that is starkly different compared to the last time you were here. Which is,
trees are growing.
Correct. The whole fort is largely overgrown with green vegetation.
Yeah.
And the trees in the center courtyard have grown higher than the fort.
Yes.
I guess we could probably call out to her and let her know we're here. If
If we leave her alone long enough, she might just kill the dragon soul on her own. Problem solved.
I'm not sure if that's a good thing right now.
She'd have to get past the magically locked door first.
Far be
And
it
then
from
the
me.
Lars and the Lars locked door.
Oh, I
Well,
totally forgot. I need to attune myself to that. I need to do that. That's something I need to do.
The chain?
Yeah, I
I
need to attune
mean-
myself to it.
Nature's roots always have a way over time to get through anything.
Exactly. Just
Can
like
I-
dandelions through the sidewalk.
What's the
Can I
sidewalk?
see if Kalina's there before the session ends?
I'll take a perception check from Nikolai and you. Both of you have pretty rangy dark vision.
I mean, I didn't mean like outside, but like see if she's inside or something. Okay.
Well, I figured I wasn't going to let you guys walk inside just yet, since we're going to end in as soon as these rolls are finished.
Yeah. His friendly.
Yeah, that's all.
Yeah, because who knows? She may be able to go outside now.
Yeah, well, you know what? You'll find out next week.
Ah, yeah.
Because why not? So yeah, you guys
Why
arriving
not?
back to the overgrown fort is where we're going to end it today. And where we'll pick back up next week.
All right.
Kalina.
Yeah, as per usual, we're rolling through a lot of setup things, and a lot of big implications from this session today, which you guys will not go without noticing more in the future. Don't you worry about that.
Christ.
Consider the implication.
Yeah, big narrative changes imply big narrative problems later. Yeah, so that's it. As always, thanks for watching, thanks for playing, and we will see you all next week. I suppose until then, for better or worse, stay frosty.
Yes.